the last time we had met the Standing Bear, they had just woken up for the day to prepare for the inevitable arrival of Hermione, the professor that seems to be behind a lot of the experimentation that you guys have been discovering throughout the Empire thus far. About before the afternoon was able to strike, the Empire had once again dropped off a huge payload of people that you guys have seen once before when you arrived just a couple days ago. Not to your surprise, you all discovered there was a large enough handful of people that were obviously well enough to not be put or subjugated to the living environment of Winshire at this moment. And it wasn't until you were able to speak with the commanding officer of this expedition, which to a lot of people's surprise looked like an individual that resembled Saffron in a lot of eerie, sort of uncanny valley sort of kind of ways. When you looked at her, you could see that, like, you saw Saffron, but like what looked back was something completely unrecognizable, and that sort of jarring feeling was a little awkward, to say the least, in some respects, dancing around. But after convincing them to at least let the individuals that are well enough to leave travel to Leavenwood for their own safety, and she had made some agreements to sort of set up some defenses in preparation of this sort of event that you seem to be sure that will be happening. After which, you met up with a bugbear named Wiley, and he seemed to be rather well himself. He didn't seem to be afflicted whatsoever. Looking like a nice...
Wrong.
I was wrong?
Wiley is a Star Wars character.
I fucked this up last time. What was his name? I said Wiley on it.
Tamila? Not Tamila.
Tamiel.
Tamiel.
And he was what was his race? I can't remember now. I thought it was Aasimar.
He's like a fully covered Aasimar with a mask.
That's right.
Yeah, he like rails. Like, his specific subspecies of Aasimar is to like defeat the kindred souls of, of
evil.
Of like corrupted Aasimar souls and stuff.
Gotcha. Dude, I totally fucked that up last time too. That's my bad.
You're okay.
So, anyways, after becoming familiar with Tamiel, y'all started to sort of kind of go over what essentially the plan was going to be. And we're going to pick up right there. We're going to say it's like just high noon, but the amount of clouds that are starting to sort of gather imply that maybe some rain will be coming in the next 3 hours or so, but at the moment it's sort of like gives you a nice break from that sort of hot spring sun. And we'll say because you kind of had your own sort of camp set up just cocked off the entrance of the city, so we'll say you guys are sort of all around the bonfire that's still lit from this morning, and you can see maybe 3/4 of a mile or so away from the city itself are this huge, like, 3 like tour bus length sized mobile homes, like the exact sort of model, except slight modifications for larger travel amounts of people to be traveled within it. And then aside from that, there are 3 or 4 smaller, medium-sized bus sort of like sized mobile homes that at this point have been emptied completely, and you see a round of soldiers kind of going around doing some sort of maintenance check before, assumedly, they leave.
You see Zafriel, after trying to tend to Tamriel's burns, realizing it's to no avail. You see him take off his the top half of his ceremonial robes and begin using a whetstone on his holy avenger.
Troxy will actually go.
Oh, sorry. Let me jump on that one
Okay.
for 1 second. Zafriel, where's your position to the bonfire at the moment while you're using the whetstone to sort of sharpen and clean up the blade?
I'd say I'm not exactly sitting next to it, maybe within about 20 or so feet on a stump or something.
You almost get distracted and cut your thumb, but you catch yourself. And it's in that moment you like kind of look up into the fire, and you just kind of have that sort of like flash of memory of when you had that sort of connected moment with the dark-clad individual that you've come to recognize at this point. Almost in your heart feeling like that was someone very close to you. It's hard not to think of Hendrickson in this moment, as this is exactly what you would task him to do every morning. Go ahead, Troxy.
Oh, Troxy's
Sorry, I
gonna.
was tossing my cat out of here.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
You're okay. Troxy's going to kind of go over and sit next to. She's gonna come over to Zafriel and just go. Mind if I sit with you?
Do what you must. Free.
She sits down, kind of sighs, and she rubs her baggy eyes. You don't seem okay. Are you okay?
I am prepared to sacrifice what little I have left in order to fulfill my quest. But one's coming so close to succeeding. One can't help but think about all the failures that have led up to this moment.
Well, to be honest, sir, you inspire me. And we all have failures. And I know I'm young to say this, but it doesn't make who you are. You've done a lot of good. Taught us the way to be a family. And kept us together after, I guess, so much happened to you guys. Don't judge yourself on your mistakes, but on your achievements.
Wise words as always. I don't believe that age has anything to do with wisdom.
She giggled a little bit before yawning a little bit. You seemed I thought we were about to fight the Emperor earlier when you were talking to the commander.
One thing that you'll learn very quickly about me, Troxy. I value my friendships, my camaraderie. And maybe I went in a little too harsh. It was presumptuous to think that maybe we could have been fighting them, and I let that anger control myself. But you all deserve much more respect than what you were given.
Well, don't. 1 second. She she just kind of nods and goes, "Well, no matter what comes today, I'll be ready to give my life to help the innocent. I'll be right next to you till the end."
I'm glad to hear that. So, Troxy, I do have one request.
Yes.
I'm not sure how I can word this to everyone else. I believe the person that you had fought when I lost my arm was the friend I have lost. If there is any way to stop what's going on, I will stop at nothing to make sure I can spare his life.
And I will do whatever I can to save him and free him. If he means that much to you, I will put everything on the line to help.
If you ask me, he is part of the foundation that started this group to begin with.
And that says much about his character. And I will do what I have to do to help that. I can, this is my first time being an adventurer with you guys, and I know she kind of chuckles as she points to the bandana that she has wrapped on her head that covers that portion of her head. Goes, scars and things happen, but I found a home, and I found who I want to be. And someone to look up to as a leader. He's worth saving if he helped make that.
Thank you. But honestly, it's been quite some time since I've fought anything. And maybe I was a bit too hasty in my judgments with the captain. But let's just say I've been itching for a fight.
I'm right there with you. She kind of smiles as she kind of gets up, and I'll go get us some coffee as she walks to the mobile home and opens it to go get everything.
Inside, you actually spook. You see this huge form. You met him briefly just moments ago. This is Null, a half-orc. He's this huge guy. He's much bigger than Zafriel. Like probably another weight class. And what do you want Null to be doing in this moment?
Null's just touching up the paint, basically just doing some repairs on, just cause he's just that he's like that workman role now. He's just been doing all the jobs, so now he's just like, oh hey, the mobile home, let me fix that up for them.
I'll say, Null, that you weren't you weren't angry or disappointed, but you are a little sad to see that, since you haven't been traveling out on the road, that they take such poor care of the mobile home. You can see so many dings in it, just on the outside. It is, it's seen a lot of miles, and you're doing your best to sort of polish and hammer in some nails that maybe have come loose over the last couple months. With that being said, Fia, what are you up to?
I'm probably just by the fire. I can't remember where we left off last time.
Basically, y'all talked to Marie, and were able to negotiate the non-sick people, their freedom, and get them out of here, essentially. She also said that she might sort of post up some defenses as much as she can.
That part I remember. I just don't remember where I specifically was. So I'm just gonna be at the fire.
Oh yeah. We kind of just planted ourselves here, so it was up to you. What about you, Angelus?
After he had got done playing rock paper scissors with Pocket, Angelus would have made his way over to a tree with Jeffrey and start giving him commands on different ways to make a nice little hangout spot until the time comes.
In just a matter of minutes, Jeffrey's hammock style has been finessed at this point over the years been traveling with him, and now you take it to the next level. You try to make a double wide hammock, as well as pouches on the side to hold your weapons, maybe a little ring to hold a beer.
Yeah, no, I like that. Big enough for both me and him to snuggle.
What about you, Raiden?
Raiden would be, he probably would have been watching Maria Like, just making sure no salt or anything's coming in with his early wake, but at this point he'd probably be coming back to the fire.
Okay. As the afternoon sort of rolls on, some of y'all begin to get a little peckish, so the last bit of mammoth stew is served. You went through the States a couple weeks ago, and you've now consumed, this is the last mammoth meal you have in the wagon.
No.
After this, you're going to want to either, you have enough like other foods to be fine for travel, but if you want, a sustainable large amount of meat, time for another hunt.
That's what Proxy's already doing for dinner. She's already.
So as lunch is being served, does anyone want to take the floor before I jump in with the next series of events?
Just want to have Troxy go hunting for food. That's it.
Null would probably talk to Zafril and ask him how the weapon is treating him.
I feel like this is the first time we've actually been able to speak in quite some time.
Yes, it's been quite long, friend.
It's been at least a month and a half since you last seen Null.
In most times like this, I would complain about training the newbies, but they've quickly become a part of the team.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I was worried how you guys would fare.
Honestly, it feels like they've been babysitting me more than the latter. I lost my arm the other day.
I noticed. How is that treating?
It's a little tender still.
You can see where the arm was reattached from surgery, and with the magics of natural healing and Troxy's ability, you can faintly see a scar, but it's still pretty sore.
As far as the weapon is concerned, though, no, this is a master class.
Well, I did my best for an old friend. Maybe one day I can upgrade it for you.
If you want my honest opinion, I'm not sure if either of us are even worthy of doing so. I think this weapon is worthy to be wielded by a god, and this is what I asked of you.
And so be it.
Maybe you'll get a chance to see me use it in combat. The katas are quite impressive.
Well, I would love to see my work in action, as well as the rest of these new members. It seems like there's a fight coming, so maybe I'll stick around and shake off the rust a little.
Well, it's nice to have you around.
You as well.
I toss over the Holy Avenger and have him whip it around for a bit.
Now, as you wield it, the feel is so ergonomic. You almost want to let go of it because of how nicely it fits in the palm of your hand. And as you sort of swing it through the air, with not even a little bit of speed or force applied, you can just hear the blade sing through the air as you slice, and just with the faintest bit of divine glow sort of flowing from the tip of the sword as you do so. This is a solid weapon.
My finest work.
With that, you guys begin to see... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Troxy.
Oh, I just want Troxy to go hunting for food.
Okay, so, let's see here. You know what? Go ahead and... What will you be hunting as?
You any good suggestions, Riley?
Oh boy. We've already done a coyote, right?
Yeah,
What would be, you said a cat? You want to do a cat?
What do you think?
Yeah, do a jaguar.
Jaguar it is.
Cool. Any any distinct variations to the form to signify that this is Troxy, or do you want to just look like a jaguar?
Well, she has
Oh,
the
right.
scar.
Okay, yeah. We'll say some of the fur from the animal is like kind of
Yeah,
missing.
the ear is gone. The whole like top portion is scarred, and then of course her eye is white.
Cool. You just
Cool
watch
beans.
as like this little puff of smoke kind of fills the air, and emerges this like large, deadly predator that would have stalked the forest floors. She gives out a little growl as she darts off. Go ahead and make, I guess, roll a. Are you proficient in survival?
Yeah, I am actually.
Okay, go ahead and make a survival check, and
Okay.
also add a +2 to it.
That is 11 plus 6, which is 17, plus 2, 19.
19. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see here. Go ahead. Let's roll a. Roll a d4.
That. Okay. 2.
2.
Yep.
All right. As you are going out on the prowl, since your proximity to Leavenwood Forest is a little bit closer, you're able to sort of dive into there and take advantage of what sort of wildlife you might find. And as you're going throughout the trees, kind of jumping up into some, traveling on a couple branches, coming back down, taking a sniff around, eventually you see 2 what look to be like doe deers, except they have a unique little small, like unicorn-like horn that only protrudes about maybe 3 inches from the forehead. Outside of that, they look like a normal, doe. And please tell us how you stalked these 2 down and wrestle them to the ground.
I love it. So first she's in the grass, taking each step, and she's studying them. She wants to know what's kind of going on, how they're feeling. And then as she gets closer, she jumps up on the trees very quietly, and she's right above them. And then the last second, she just throws a small rock in her mouth across from her so they would look that direction. She jumped down and, she jumps down and bites one of their necks to quiet them, to do a stealth kill.
Sure.
And then she lands on and she turns around and just brings her claw straight up on the side of the unexpected other one.
You pounce down Assassin's Creed style and destroy this deer's neck, and it only lets out a little before it kind of you just hear a crunch, and then the feel of like warm liquid run down your jaw, and that amount of sound is just enough for the deer next to it to go, and it starts to kind of do that little skid where it skids just 2 or 3 times before it leaps. It gets its initial leap where it starts to feel safe, and like a fucking megalodon, you grab that shit with your paw on its ribcage, just fucking whap it down like it's a cat toy, and you instantly hear several ribs break, and it's you're able to dispatch the rest of the life in this creature. That was badass, and we'll say after this haul has been processed, we'll say it's at least for the party eating at large, maybe 4 months of food.
Perfect. So she just, after she breaks someone's ribs and it's kind of scrambling, she just kind of looks at it and does the cat paw. Just paws it a few times.
Just
and
playing
then
with it at that point?
Yeah, it's just dying slowly. She can't help it. It's the cat. The cat instinct,
Yeah, for sure.
And she just drags both those all the way back to camp, plops it in front of Fia, both bodies, licks at her, licks her paw, licks Fia's hand, grabs one of the bodies and drags it over to Gilgamesh.
Fia, you're pretty surprised. Whether you're not sure if it's because of her jaguar form, or maybe just her skill at this is getting better, but she was only gone for 30, 5 minutes, and she like comes back, and you just see like, because of the amount of dragging she's done, like more than just her jaw now is covered. You just see like a dog that just went and ran in the muddy water outside. Up to her elbows is just ichor. It just looks wet until you see like a little bit of sunlight catch the right angle, and you can tell it's just red. These deers, whoever wants to, can take the opportunity.
Her and Gilgamesh are just gonna eat the other one just in front of everybody.
Great. It's about that time, however. Actually, let's hop in DMC for real quick, Claire.
Howdy hoey.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So, at first, my initial plan when I had Marie involved didn't have you at the wheel, but last week when I had that be the case, I think that was cool. But there are some things I'm running into where, like, I don't want to give you information as a player that Marie might know.
Okay.
So, with that being said,
You can run her.
no. I just want to give you some parameters, if that's okay.
Dude, let's go.
Okay. So basically, I'm thinking I have to reveal a little bit, because if I don't, then if it makes
Dude,
sense.
listen. No matter what it is, I'm about story. Alright? If I can make the story better, no matter what it means, I'm down.
Okay. So the only way I can describe it, the way that Marie feels when she sees the standing bear, is like a deja vu feeling. In this case, it actually is, but like a past life. She feels like she knows these people.
Okay, so do you say
Okay.
But that uncertainty, like, because she knows she doesn't, but the feeling that, like, maybe she does, and that, like, that self-doubt is like, just, it angers her.
Yeah.
So she doesn't like, because, like, Marie is Marie, you know? And, like,
that voice too, so she
whatever this feeling is something she's been suppressing for months. Like this, like Saffron is still kind of there, but like not in the same way Marie was when it was the other way around.
Yeah.
Anyways, so just basically knowing that, like, if you feel persuaded as Marie to actually stay and help, that can be up to you. However, it's her, just to let you know, her initial instinct is not to stay, and not because she doesn't want to help, because she doesn't want to question herself when she's in front of the standing bear.
Okay.
If you catch what I mean.
Dude, I'm totally for it.
Okay, cool.
So is she gonna talk to them one more time?
I'm breathing her over right now.
Fantastic. Let's go.
Okay. Hello everyone, I have returned.
Hello.
I hopefully didn't miss any secrets.
We're just talking about age.
Wow.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Talking about how Raiden's technically the youngest member of the party.
That's funny because you're Bones.
Yeah. But the person that he was made from probably was a lot older, but he's
Right.
only 5 years old.
So, as everyone is finishing their last mammoth meal, for those like Fia and Raiden, if Raiden, do you eat normal people food?
Raiden doesn't eat at all. He just kind of sits
Okay,
there
that's
watching y'all eat.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah.
I used to be like, what does it taste like? It's really close. Describe me the extra. Like when the juices flow on your tongue. Man, you're in my space, and I just need you to leave me alone. You know?
Yeah, Raiden could potentially just be one of those weird ASMR guys.
Angus wants to
Sound
take like
He can't make anymore.
I
Angus
miss
wants to
the
take like a
sound
piece of
squishing,
mammoth meat,
squishing.
just like rub it on his
Oh my
teeth.
gosh.
On his teeth.
The
No.
smell and taste of blood and squishy squashy in my mouth.
No. Anyways, Pocket, Endless, Zafriel, and Null. I think that's everyone. No one really says anything, but all of you are able to recognize that this is the last of the mammoth, and everyone sort of like has a somber moment to themselves. If it consumes you, so be it. But the thought just does come across your mind that like what this mammoth represents, you know, and like this mammoth comes from a time when the Standing Bear was in a totally different light with a totally different group of people, and it also for some it might even represent Saffron, and in this way eating the last of the meat is like another way you're saying goodbye again, and it's sort of this like odd last meal. All the while, it's delicious, super umami flavor. There's a lot of like fat in it, so like you can really like let it stick to your lips. And it's in the midst of this meal that you see a small entourage of Urim officials making the distance from their like sort of mobile transit sort of caravan, if you will, that they have your way. They're about 3/4 of a mile, so they'll be here in just like 3 or 4 minutes, but you can see clearly, you don't see any facial details, but you recognize Marie's armor from this distance, and she seems to be traveling with 4 other people who also seem to be clad in armor because of the occasional glint of sunlight that you see refracting off of the plates.
Oh, I stand up and go prepare to meet up with her, standing in a stereotypical stoic pose that Zafriel is so known for, and
Yes.
At this point is still he's just opted to keep the top half of his robes off, so just bare-chested going up to these guys.
Are you ripped?
Uh-huh.
Like sculpted type of like Marvel DC, like Marvel Universe?
I would say he's got a not exactly Captain America build, but a little less.
Okay. That's still, I mean, hey, I
He's
don't
pretty
have...
heavily scarred, and you see like a lot of the scars are on his back and his ribs, and you can see more clearly now like exactly where the severing happened with the arm. It took off like a good chunk of his bicep that's missing.
You see Zachariel notice the entourage of people coming, seeming to prepare and meet the distance. Does anyone want to join him in this endeavor?
Yes, Raiden would
Yeah.
Yes, I will join.
riding Giza.
Okay.
Troxy
no.
would be
Oh, sorry.
eating still.
Okay.
Eating their elk thingy.
Okay. Since Troxy is staying behind, Null will also stay. Pocket will stay. Pocket's like, she was a bitch. And he just kind of goes and does his own thing. However, the rest of you begin to make the distance. And, I'd say the, rainy like clouds I described earlier have now more set in, and you can tell it definitely will probably rain here in the next 2 hours. Those puppies look like they're just filling up with that, that delicious H2O. A little bit of a breeze starts to pick up, and as the two parties meet, much like two parties would meet between two armies about to do battle, this sort of like strangeness and ichor is sort of like in the air. Right as both parties meet and stand in place, a final bit of wind sort of blows through the group, and you can see a little bit of the tall weeds that are sort of blowing for just a second as they come to a rest. Who breaks the silence?
Marie. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you got it. You said it first.
Yeah, fair enough. Marie puts her arm on the long sword that she has, covered in pure silver and gold type design that has that gold skull on each side and a also golden blade with a silver guard. And she kind of does like the hip pose to kind of like relax and still have authority. And she goes, "So, you're here to defend the city from some threat, I presume?"
Yes, as we said earlier, we were expecting someone to come by here to perform a ritual on the residents of Winshire.
And from what I can recall, she kind of eyes them back and forth a little too much. You were blaming the Empire on sacrificing their people. Any evidence to back up your claim of treachery?
I don't exactly blame the Empire entirely, although I do believe that some of your officials have been tricked.
And what's your evidence?
Who is the carrier of the bag of holding?
I believe that is
Reed and Pocket both have one, but mainly me right now.
Raiden, pull out the face masks that were given to the officials going into the city.
Oh, yes. I will do that. And do we also have the letter from Hermione to the officer?
Yes. Go ahead and grab that as well.
Quite. And he grabs that out of the bag dimension.
She'll flick her hand that's resting on her sword. She'll flick it as one of the guards will walk up to collect the evidence to bring it to her.
Yeah, without hesitation. The moment you're like the finger moves, like one of the gentlemen step forward, you just hear clink, clink, clink. These guys are like these guys are wearing like full plate armor, like the head to toe. It's crazy. These guys. Anywho, he grabs the document. He reads it. You can see a disgruntled face on the human generic male, and he says, Captain. And he hands the document over to you.
As she's reading, take note on those masks that were given to members of your army going in to patrol the city. You'll notice a little symbol there on the bottom. That has been poisoning and killing your men as they go inside. I know firsthand. I was wearing one when we were invited into Winshire.
She kind of looks at them and looks at their camp. What does she see when she looks up? What is the idea that she gets from how their camp looks and what they have and who they are? Like, what's that feeling she gets?
Are you trying to size them up right now?
Yeah, she is trying to size them.
Roll an insight check.
Am I pulling up her character sheet, or do you have your own thing for her?
Oh, well, I was thinking you could, but for now, just add a +5 to it.
Easy peasy.
Could I describe what she finds out?
Yes.
Dirty 20.
Please, Avril.
Taking a look at the camp, you see that it's pretty crude in the way that it's been set up, but from the caravan and the mobile home and the efficiently built fire with, the cooking setup, you can tell that we're seasoned adventurers, that this isn't our first time around the block. There are quite a few members here now that we're not all prepared for battle, to see how relaxed we are, camping out in the open when we have enemies of the Empire nearby. Whether that confidence is threatening or whether it's a sign of confidence, you're not sure.
One
Okay.
thing I will add is their traveling accoutrement look weathered, not because of a lack of funds, and that also reflects on the armor and clothing that they wear. You can see, like, especially like though Zafril keeps up on polishing his armor, even his, you can see chinks and imperfections over time, and like they like, it's hard to say, like, you might be able to take one of them on, but all of them might be kind of hard. At least
Interesting
just yourself.
question. Would her connection with the military, would she recognize Null with his contract work with the military?
You don't know.
Have Null come out and I can answer that for you.
Oh, he's sitting out like by the fire just behind him.
Yeah,
Okay.
He didn't join the.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
wanted
what's
to
it
him
done?
too, we can retroactively add him in. I'm not opposed to that.
Sure, why not?
Null is now here. He was always here. Timeline fixed.
There's a bowl of soup just floating there. And it just falls
Yeah.
back. She looks at the camp, sees the jaguar eating the deer in front of everybody. She thinks it's messy that they leave an animal out and about like that. She sees the mobile home and she looks at it and she feels something for a minute, and then she just kind of, in the back of her mind, just says, "Cheap, off." And then she sees Knowles, and her eye widens for a second before she goes, "Oh, and you must be Null. We have a contract through you, correct?"
Oh, that is correct. I make enchanted weapons and armor for the military.
You may not be human, but what I can say is your work is quite masterclass.
I do my best.
As from what I understand, you also utilize Null's wife's carriages.
She kind of looks at Zafirel, and when she looks at him, he can just feel the intent to kill. Her face hasn't changed, but it's in her eyes as she looks at him and goes, "I don't know much of her. The technology is Empire property, but," as she looks over to Null, but as she looks over to Null, she gives him another side eye, and then looks back. "You will be hearing more from me directly because of the work of your armor when you have them. I may be upgrading your contract with the Empire. We will have our meeting in time."
Null, can you please roll an insight check for me?
Yeah. Good thing I brought up a sheet. Nat 20 plus 3.
Damn.
I know, right?
Null, can you hop into DM Secrets with me?
Sure.
Hello?
I saw, dude.
Okay. So as you're standing there, the way this individual Marie that you're talking to is, first of all, it's difficult for everyone in the party, especially for you, for Null in particular. This is very strange. You've been able to do some emotional processing since her passing, but this is not typical to someone's path of grieving, and it puts you at this weird standstill. And this confusion, you look over and you look to her to see if, you know, this does she even know who she's talking to? Like, does she recognize me? And like I described earlier, it's Saffron, but when the way she talks isn't even similar. Like, it's jarring. It's like uncanny valley, and when she looks at you, it's not till the second time she kind of gives you side eye that you pick up on an uncertainty. You pick up on a familiarity. We'll say it's at 1.5%. Like,
Yeah.
it's there, but because you rolled what you did, you're picking up on it.
Okay.
But that's it. We can hop back in.
Alright.
Zafriel isn't exactly against opposing views, but like he won't have his being questioned, you know.
Yeah. What'd you guys think of her design? How do you like her armor and her sword?
I think it's cool. I like the design, but it's hard to think of what I actually feel about it because I'm not sure exactly who she exactly is, you know.
That's fair.
A lot more necromancy than I would have guessed.
Necromancy?
Well, like, you know, with the skull shoulders and the skull sword. A lot more like necromantic, I guess.
Going for more like a warlord kind of thing.
Okay. I could see
yeah,
that, I guess. Yeah, that's...
Yeah,
I can see
yeah.
that.
I drew those pictures forever ago, and I've been not able to show them or post them because I didn't want you guys to see. And me and Colton were like talking and planning for so long. I didn't even know Marie was showing up last time because I was so caught off guard. I was so excited.
Right? I didn't know Null was coming either. I was like, what?
Exactly. It was great. Nope.
Welcome back.
So, with that, Marie, you kind of size them up, and from your experience and what you know from your life, we'll put them at like a solid 6.5 out of 10.
That's fair. After she, tells Null, so she said that she was going to start having a more personal, not more personal, but that she was personally going to update your contract with the Empire was the last thing I said before you guys moved.
Oh, thank you. I look forward to hopefully more income to start a better life.
She kind of does kind of like of annoyance, and she goes, "Of course, you are serving the Empire. You will have the best as long as you keep producing the best." And
Well, of course, I do nothing less.
And she kind of looks back at Zafriel, and she has those eyes again of just wanting to cut his head off for even mentioning.
Is there something else you came to speak about aside from trade dealings?
She kind of looks at her armor and looks back. I do. I will keep a squad here to provide proof of this threat you talk about. 10 men. One of my squad leaders will command them. And if you have wasted Empire time, then we will have a much different conversation. But we'll see. We'll see. Now, with this evidence that you've collected for the Empire, and I will handle it personally, I don't want you spreading any word of it to anyone else. We don't need to make a panic until I have more solid evidence.
At least there's something we can agree on.
Well, the luck of Bane wills it so. Now, if I do find out that you tell anybody else about what is going on or what could be happening in the Emperor's most perfect empire, I will charge you with heresy and I will kill you myself. Is that clear, adventurers?
You can try.
We'll do our best. Don't step on our toes and we won't step on yours. We're ultimately providing aid to the Emperor by solving this for you. Have
Sure,
a nice day,
sure.
as I walk off.
I will.
Does anyone join Zafril, or do you stay to face?
Oh,
Marie?
Raid.
I follow Zafriel.
Yeah, it's like the whole group.
Does anyone look back over their shoulder? And if so, who does?
Null would.
You want me to say it, or you got something planned?
Go for it.
She's not even looking. She is already trying to get away from now. Those people as much as possible.
No, you look back, and as much grieving and processing as you've done thus far, you can't help but muster the single tear that gathers in the eye. As you guys walk back into your camp, everyone feeling a little left unsure. Seems like you've gotten aid from the Empire in this effort, however. What do you all wish to do?
How much aid? Murray's not helping. She said she was leaving, or
10 men. And
Oh,
the
10
squad
men.
leader.
10 men squad leader. Okay.
To be honest, I think it would have been better if she didn't help at all. I guess this
I
will
agree.
suffice, I guess. Just be careful. They're going to try to start something. Don't let them provoke you. It's the nature of Bane to start. I won't get into it. Just don't be fooled by their wiles.
That is a good sentiment, but I would find it reassuring if we could meet with said individuals and have some kind of planned meeting of sorts. That way we're all on a level ground, if nothing else.
I agree. I'm not saying I'm not willing to work with these people now that they've offered their assistance. I'm just saying, keep your guard up.
And that's what Raiden will do, is go to meet,
Okay.
talk with those people.
Okay. Well, if you want to, we can cut to the arbitrary amount of time it would take to set up such event. We can jump to the moment in the afternoon where all the parties that will be acting will be present, if you prefer to do that.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
Okay. When they came back, they would have just saw Troxy just like look up from like the stomach hole of the one of the elves with Gilgamesh, his big fluffy face just covered in blood, and hers covered in blood. She just and then just goes back to eating.
Great.
With this time skip, is the weather conditions still pretty gloomy and like storm-like?
It's around the time you guys meet up. The 10 men that Marie agreed to leave, and did that 10 men include the squad leader, or in addition to the squad leader?
I think it included the squad leader. I worded it kind of strange.
Okay, so we got the 10 soldiers that showed up who are wearing much finer leathers. None of them are wearing like heavy armor. They're all in very much lithe, oh, please go for it.
Yes. Sorry. 1 second. One second.
Sure. Why the hell not?
Okay, if you're cool. So yeah.
Actually, if you want to go for it, go for it.
Okay.
You can just explain
Well,
how you roll up.
Yeah. So I mean, all the guards look. You kind of explained them, but the squad leader looks a bit different. He looks finer dressed with finer plating, but he actually has that skull shoulder look that kind of Marie has. And he's not wearing a cape, but he has the little lanyards inside of the arm. And from what you can probably assume from his armor to his the book he's carrying, a holy book of Bane, that this is definitely a war cleric who is the squad leader.
as they roll up, we'll say in the amount of time that was given, Nal was very able quickly to throw together like a stage, if you will. There's like a few extra pieces of lumber that you had traveling with you that he threw together to make a makeshift stage that at least maybe like we'll say like a little 3 foot by 2 foot block that you can kind of stand on to sort of address the group at large. And remind you, we have all the members of the Fellowship of the Standing Bear present, in addition to Marie and her squad of people that she is leaving.
So about like 19 people here.
And we'll give Marie the floor.
You say Marie?
Yes. As you roll up, we'll give you the floor.
Isn't she leaving?
Oh, well, this
It's
is
the captain that has the similar adorning here.
This is like
Oh.
so the basically I'm having Marie attend the meeting of which the plan is going to be described to the group of what's happening. Yada yada yada.
Oh, okay,
She's
perfect.
here just to be an official.
Fair enough. She'll stand there and she'll kind of push the squad leader to take the floor. I can see him too if you want. He is a human. He does have a very short buzz cut. He's kind of like a goatee, leather patch.
Cool.
He goes, so we need to work on defense, and what we are. He kind of looks back to Marie as she just looked down sternly. We are going to set a perimeter in the front. What do you guys have for defenses of this supposed threat?
Before you start speaking, you hear a large lightning bolt strike about like maybe 7 miles north of here, and we're so bright it lights up the sky. And right as the flash like kind of diminishes, a solid trickle begins to come down. That's like, we'll call it at like a 3.5 right now. It's manageable, but any more harder than this, it's like, guys, what are we doing out here? You know what I mean?
Zafriel, as the lightning strikes, he takes this opportunity to step up on the stand. It is our plan. Pocket, you're going to set up explosives around the area of which we intend to fight Professor Hermione. From there, we suspect that Professor Hermione will be quite the powerful spellcaster. Our group specializes in long-range and close combat. What can I expect to see from your men?
And that's when Marie kind of steps and goes, well, you have one of my personal pupils in the way of Bane's work now.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Tell me your plan.
Watch your tone, Derek, or we will solve this now. He will lead the charge at the frontal assault if you have your long-range fighters with 5 of my men. The other 5 are archers, and they will stay back with yours. He will lead the charge, and you can have your melee fighters follow in suit. Or flank them. Flanking would probably be better.
And Raiden would give like a, well, I had more of a non-murder ourselves way approach of this. What I thought was I have a way to, per se, put Hermione to sleep. If said plan succeeds, that would give us plenty of time to not only bind her, but if we wish to just kill her outright and ask no questions, we could just... Well, I see nothing wrong with piling TNT around her and lighting the fuse.
She looks back at Zafriel, and then looks at him, and looks back at Zafriel one more time. So your people have a method of capturing this so-called threat?
We have a few contingency plans.
That's
I
when
would
we kind of.
rather.
Okay.
continue.
No, go ahead.
I would rather try this plan first, because if she's currently being damaged, she would not fall asleep. The chances of this succeeding are, well, I have no idea her strength, so the chances are unknown. But if it does not work, then we just fall to a different plan. If it does, then the plan I previously described.
I would like to bring up some specific hazards that may arise in this battle. With the arrival of Professor Hermione, it's very likely that we will be attacked by abominations as well. These are not to be underestimated. They're very strong. If you or your men happens to be cursed, or show signs of sickness, we have found that casting Lesser Restoration will give temporary relief.
Just temporary.
Further treatment will be necessary just to make sure signs of spreading doesn't happen. But from what I've tested so far on several different patients, it seems to do the trick just fine.
Interesting. Alright, we can go with your plan. If you do capture her, she will be in the custody of the Emperor's army. Is that agreed upon?
I can agree to these terms, but what about the rest of my team?
What about the rest of your team?
I may be the leader, but I respect the opinions of ones who follow me.
That's weakness. As a leader of your wood.
You call trust weakness. Exactly what I'd expect to hear from a follower of Bane.
She just smiles and kind of nods her head and goes, "Let me guess. You're a follower of that forward. A weakling, a disgrace. Be offended."
You see Zafriel, pointedly trying to keep his temper. What are your opinions? Endless.
That. Okay.
My headset died. What was stated? God,
Yep,
I can't
question.
believe I missed it.
We're having religious jabs.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah.
it died right as you said something about what about the other members. I was like, no, I want to hear it.
Yeah, they're just taking religious jabs and it's super tense.
You're
And
on
now-
mute.
She,
Go for it. Sorry, go for it.
wait, so was English gonna go?
Yeah, go. Yeah, endless.
Okay, go. Okay, don't care.
Suddenly, you were eating this, confrontation up just as much as I was in this moment. And as you're called upon, it's suddenly you're called upon to read by the teacher. You know, you have to start reading now. It's I wasn't paying attention. What are your thoughts?
Anglis just pulls his mask down over his face and leans into Zafriel and says, "I will do the way that I am instructed."
You're quiet.
I can hear him.
I heard him just fine.
Me too.
I heard
really-
you just
really
fine.
look at my-
Fia,
What was
Oh,
the
that's why,
question?
okay.
The religious side, or did she
Oh,
ask an original question?
oh no, the question was what you thought of the plan so far and if you agreed to handing over Professor Hermione if we capture her.
I think Raiden had plans with Hermione, so I want to go with what Raiden says.
Raiden?
As long as I get her skull and the chance to kill her, I don't mind.
She'll kind of chuckle and shake her hand and she looks at Zafriel. And in that eye contact with Zafriel, that silent word that both can hear is one of the days we'll settle this. As she shakes her head and looks at Raiden and goes, "Fine. Once we are done with her, you can kill her. do whatever you want.
Can we keep
But-
you at your word?
It's at this
Don't worry. People obeying people word over the week. And she smiles and she looks back. But if any of you do not go over to the plan, and if she is captured but not given, I will kill you, single one of you. And the Empire will rain down upon you for treason. As long as that's understood, then we have no issues.
as you finish that sentence, you watch Pocket, who has at all this time kind of been sitting on a barrel that's been amongst the group, so he's almost nearly head level with everybody. As he jumps up, I don't know what's really going on here. I don't know what this shit Saffron's trying to pull right now, and I'm willing to play along just like everyone else is. But, like, I just want to get the professor and ask her some fucking questions. And it looks like Raiden wants to do the killing blow. That's what we're doing. So, well, I don't know what this whole talk about treason is, but, I'm going to be over there. And he just starts walking out, and you watch him pull a, like, half-eaten rat out of his pocket to continue munching on.
Before he walks away, Angelus just wants to like he's got his arms folded, but just wants to like coolly give him a fist bump as he walks past.
He does it without making eye contact.
That's fine with me, but if any of you dare let her escape or kill her, hell hath no fury than mine.
All threats aside, we have lots of information that you are not privy to yet that relate to Radagast himself. Professor Hermione is our closest lead to any of our influence so far. So if you want any chance of getting rid of this plague, we need to answer some questions as well.
Well, then it's settled. Capture her and don't fuck it up. And she kind of turns at how kind of soldiers would, as she then like looks and eyes at her pupil, the don't fuck up kind of eyes, as she heads off.
Right before that happens, Marie, you turn the corner right after using the brain synapses to form the pattern to glare at your subordinate beside you. You turn and suddenly flash. You see a purple wall with pink tile below you. As you sort of look over your shoulder and scoff, we watch as the camera pans and we see a victim sort of mummified, squirming, that has like several ridiculous amounts of chains strapped to like half of the room as you continue walking forward.
She'll just say under her breath, "It's mine now," and she
You watch as Marie leaves.
Could I take a glance back and see if I can tell any signs of a curse placed upon Marie?
Interesting. I'll allow you to make either a medicine check, religion check, or arcana check.
I'll pick religion.
Okay.
15.
As you look at Marie walk away, you look as she looks over her shoulder at her squire, if you will. But the look that she gives and the direction that it's placed is not that of her assistant, but to someone behind her. It's strange. It's almost as if maybe her own shadow. It's hard to tell. With a 15, it's hard to tell.
Okay. I address the rest of the crew standing as I still stay up on the podium. Do it all require equipment, weapons, or rations.
Troxy just broke her stomach. So like, I'm full, and I am a weapon. So
I aim this at Maria's crew as well.
They all. Oh, sorry.
no. I was just didn't know what he said.
Oh, I was just about to say they sort of just stand there and look at you. The squad leader. Oh, I understand now. Please, you can play him if that's what you're aiming to do.
No, I just didn't know what he said.
Oh, I was asking if anyone needed any equipment, weapons, or rations.
The squad leader, the squire, looks over to you. That won't be necessary. In fact, I think we are just suitably prepared.
Very well. All my religious differences aside, I would like to work together as a team. Anything that you need for us to help you accomplish this, let me know.
As do I. I wish to aid you in this effort. But my religious differences will not be set aside. And he steps away and starts addressing the group.
Zafriel, staying upon the podium, looks up to the sky, letting the rain drip off of his chest and his face.
Lightning strikes
Start-
across the sky.
In a raised voice, and Celestial begins to recite not necessarily a prayer, more like a
poem?
Yeah, a poem, or like I don't remember the actual name for it, but like what's the
song?
What's the song that the songs that they sing in like sacrament? What a hymn?
Hymn. Oh, gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
I begin to recite a hymn in Celestial as I look towards the stormy sky.
If you want to use that moment as your inspirational leader feat, you can roll that for temporary hit points.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
With that, along with the rest of the speech guiding, you all gain 11 temporary HP. If you still have it from the last time, it does not stack, so...
But it does replace it, though. Like, so if you were at, like, 8, it's back up to 11 or whatever.
Okay.
But for the squad joining us, it only affects the people in the party. Like, it only affects a certain amount of people, so...
You get the feeling that they don't mind.
Sure. Just saying otherwise.
Trox is gonna walk up to Thea.
Hey, Troxy.
Hey, Thea. I have a request for you.
Yeah.
If we had a lot of close calls. She kind of laughs as she puts her hand at the bandana and stuff covering her face and ear and everything. But if anything happens to me tonight, will you take care of Gilgamesh for me?
Yes, I will.
She kind of
But
smiles.
nothing's gonna happen to you.
She kind of does that kind of dark humor chuckle. Yeah, we'll all be fine. We'll all be at camp eating together and having a great time.
That's all.
Question: was she supposed to show up this night or the next night?
This
This
night.
night.
She's coming
This
tonight.
night. I thought so. I just wanted to clarify, make sure.
No, it's totally cool. It's totally cool.
Cool.
Because I prepared my spells last session, could I take this moment of prayer to prepare my spells for the day?
That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Okay, guys. At this point, we'll say, because of the amount of time you had to wait for this meeting to transpire, by the time it is over, we'll say it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You don't necessarily have an exact time of day that Hermione will be showing, but you do know that the ritual will be most likely be taking place at night because you know the full moon is involved. You have about 5 hours before it's nighttime. If there's any sort of preparations or anything or any conversations you want to have, now's the time, or else we're jumping to when the moon's out, bitches.
No, everything that I would like to do will have to take place at that time.
Troxy's gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was just about to ask you next. What would you want to do?
Troxy's gonna find a place to kind of hide in the forest line next to the walking path to the city. Or she'll actually know what she'll do. She'll turn into a small mouse and go inside of a small little hole in the ground next to the road to prepare to ambush.
Okay. It's okay. How? So, do you want to kind of be where the Empire is situated? Because essentially, there's the main road that comes down to Winshire, but the main road doesn't go into Winshire. There's like another road that comes off of it, and that is about a 3/4 of a mile distance, and they're basically at that small fork. So, if you want that, because they're basically at the choke point. If you catch my drift.
So she'll be about 30 feet before that, because she wants to. I'll just message it to you.
What now?
She's messaging you.
I'll message it to you.
Oh, okay. Endless. Oh, sorry. Was what you're messaging me the cherry on top, or what you want me to play off next?
Just what she wants to do.
Oh, okay. Let's see. All right, hold on. Let me get that.
What's going on? I heard my name.
You're up next to describe what you're doing while we wait for Hermione.
So she's gonna be a mouse in a little dirt hole.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Endless. You have about 5 hours to do whatever you want to prepare. You can have any conversations you'd like, whatever, or you can do nothing and just say that you're ready. That's fine too. Is there anything you'd like to do before we jump to tonight?
Is there anything that I want to do before we jump to tonight?
Yeah, do you want to do anything to prep? Do you want to have a conversation with anybody? Do you want to try and do a thing? Now's the time, or else we're skipping.
Yes, I would actually like to have a conversation with Zephyr.
Okay.
And as Angus walks over and sits down next to him and kind of nonchalantly pulls out his sword and like starts cleaning it with his tunic or whatever he's wearing. Zafriel, what do you think our chances of survival are?
To be honest, Endless, maybe this is my own hubris getting ahead of me. I think our chances went down with this crew helping us out. But I've been putting a lot of thought into something. I have had a lot of doubt within myself, within my faith, and within my own capabilities. But tonight, I vow to you, Endless, I will make sure that each of you get out alive, even if it is at my expense. No need to worry, friend. I will be here to protect you.
I'm not worried about dying. I'm worried about everybody else, but I hope you know that you've been a really good friend, and I would follow you into the deepest pits of the Underdark.
You know, all of us have grown a lot since meeting up. With the forming of the Fellowship of the Standing Bear, you are one of the main footholds that keep our foundation strong.
At this point, you see Angus. He kind of sits back upright and sheathes his sword and reaches back into his pack and pulls out a necklace. And he turns to Zafiril and hands it over to you and says, "This was given to me by Evelyn. I want you to take it and keep it far away from me."
I understand, friend. No questions asked.
And after that, Angus will just kind of spend the rest of his time in silence.
Wow. Raiden, did you want Raiden or Null to do anything in preparation or have any particular conversation?
Yeah, so right after the strategic meeting, Raiden would have most likely pulled Null aside and would have, this is going to be weird, but he's going to have a conversation with Null about a project. So, I noticed you are a quite masterful blacksmith. Oh, well, yeah, I kind of... yeah, oh, yes, I am.
That's DMing for you.
Yeah, you're talking too much. Well, I'm gonna do a little bit of a different voice for Null to keep it straight.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Do your thing.
We understand.
I noticed you were quite a capable blacksmith. Well, yeah, I am. Well, I wanted to ask a favor of you. I was planning to, after this battle, remake, or I guess remodel, my power armor. And I wanted a fellow craftsman's help in said endeavor, because it would take quite a while. Sure, I'm fine with that. But I will have to get back to my work eventually. Sure, I'll take as little of your time as needed. Thank you. And that was about the end of that conversation.
I would like to approach Fia.
At what point in the timeline?
Let's say maybe an hour till.
Okay. So the sun is setting when you go to speak with Fia.
Are you holding up okay?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Actually, what I came to talk to you about. Regrettably, I have not been able to talk to you too much about your past. I know it's been painful. And it's not something we've talked about much. But I want to make sure that your hopes of vengeance or even your goals are not overshadowed by our task here. What is it that you want?
I gave up on my goals a long time ago. I was trying to find my squad of spies. They disappeared, and I wasn't able to find them, so I've moved on. If I find them along the way, part of me is always looking, but I can't spend the rest of my life looking for them.
I understand. I can relate. But no task is impossible, Fia. And you've got some powerful friends at your disposal. Once this is all said and done, I'll do anything I can to help you.
Thank you. I'll let you know when we're done and cleared this up. If we do, I'll let you know what we can do.
I know you haven't been here long, and you came upon us by chance. But with you, and along with Trotsy and everyone else who has joined recently, I view you all as equal to those of us who have been here from the start.
I feel like part of the team.
Well, go make sure everyone else is prepared. Thank you for your service.
Thanks for your leadership.
Oh.
And I go and start rounding up the rest of the fellowship.
Troxy, did we?
Yes.
Did we? Oh, we went over you earlier. Did I miss anybody?
I had one other thing I wanted to say.
Yes.
As Raiden.
Okay, please, by all means.
It was mainly just where he was gonna be preparing. He was gonna be on top of his horse, Giza, on the main road facing what he suspects to be where Hermione will come from. Near the kind of fork where the 10 men are, but he pays them no mind as he's mainly just focused on the memories he was first had awakening as like a babe, you could say.
Okay. And Raiden, when you get up to this point, you see where those large tour bus sized wagon, mobile homes if you will, were parked. Those fuckers are heavy. Just by the tread that they leave in the mud here, because of your intelligence, you just immediately assume that there must be some sort of like arcane power that is a lot like in these sort of vehicles, because there's no way a wooden vehicle could be pulled like that. It would be too heavy. I will point out, though you don't notice, Troxy, you do see Raiden come into the area, and maybe not right where you're at, but you see him across the way in some sort of position to like encounter the enemy at some point.
Perfect. That's fine.
Okay.
Did you see my message, by the way?
Oh, let me check real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna open that link real quick.
Holding?
Sure, I mean that's weird, but that's cool. Why not?
Bat. Go. Go beam.
So, as the evening hours trickled on, this is the last moment before the train leaves the station, y'all. Beyond this point, you cannot save. Do you want to continue?
Fuck yeah. Nut up or shut up.
Evan, could you? Oh, were you gonna say something, Tuck?
Yeah, in this, Zafriel takes off his ceremonial robe, so he's just wearing his leather undergarment, and folds it up, puts it in the battle folding, and prepares for battle.
Okay, so describe your visage once more, and then.
Yeah, you see, like, it's like the bottom half of, like, your standard set of leather armor, right? Because Zafriel is mostly wearing robes most of the time, you don't see a lot of his figure. But it's in this point you see how masculine Zafriel's entire, like from his legs to his torso are. The leather is become like relatively skin tight with the amount of rain that's been like coming around.
Oh fuck yeah, we got that nice ass showing.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And,
He's like, I came in this world in my birthday suit, and I'm about to leave in my birthday suit.
with
Oh my god, he's hot!
with each lightning flash in the sky, you see Zafriel's tattoo on his left arm start to glow slightly.
So, with that, Evan, if you wouldn't mind playing maybe something a little more spoopy.
I was waiting.
waiting.
Oh boy. Is this what you found the other night?
You're
brother?
You see
muted
the
if you're
camera.
Is this what you found the
You
other night,
see,
brother?
Yep.
Oh boy.
you see all the screen turn on. You get like the fan of the upper math. You go,
Okay. The sun begins to set, but for y'all, where you're at currently, at least most of the fellowship at this moment, the sun you haven't seen for the last couple of minutes because of the dome that now blocks the light, and at this point is so thick, absorbs the light, so it's quite dark on this side of the dome, and it's an interesting effect to see the rest of the land around you still be lit with relative amounts of sunlight. But that relative amount of light gets swallowed up faster than an abomination popping on you in the midst of battle. You watch as the sun rolls down. There's this moment of silence amongst the whole group. Everyone sort of stands still, standing ready to take on whatever it is they are about to face. As the camera cuts away, it pans off, coming into focus. We see a large field of rolling hills. It's beautiful, and you watch as the last little bits of sunlight lick the top of the long grass that grows on these hills. As it diminishes, you hear the sound of birds chirping for the last time as you hear a thump, 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 a rhythmic beating that almost like penetrates the earth. As the camera starts going further into these hills, we see as it stops abruptly as hundreds of abominations crest over this hill and begin to file down like a tidal wave of flesh consuming the land it walks upon. You watch as it stretches for a ridiculous distance. As the camera starts to pan, we see a large wooden domed structure just on the horizon, nearly disappearing because of the lack of sun. It's at this point the moon starts to become very much pronounced and starts its ascension towards the pinnacle of the sky. The large moon comes out just over the other side of the horizon, and followed by it a much smaller moon that has sort of a pinkish hue. Over the next 5 minutes, we watch as the camera pans back to the rest of the Fellowship the Standing Bear, now being graced by the moonlight that shines above them. Everyone receives an additional fate point. As you all begin to feel the follicles on your skin to vibrate distinctly from its neighbor, giving you a very surreal sensation of adrenaline you've never felt before. Whether this be from the moon, from Sehanine herself, or some other mystical entity. But, however you, in this moment, decide to interpret this action, whether it be from a god, a powerful foe, or a lover, you feel a gift, and it buries itself deep inside yourself, where only your inner strength is stored. And it's at this moment in time, Troxy and Raiden, because they're close enough, whether they noticed the mob first or noticed the men reacting to the destruction that was following up to their path. You notice now, 3.5, maybe 4 miles, it's hard to gauge because of the lack of sun. You see a wave of, when you look at like an ant hill, and there's so many ants, like it looks like the ground looks textured because of the amount of ants. That's the image you're sort of getting as you see this, like the hills just being succumbed by abominations. And Troxy, were you a part of the party with the initial mob hit? Or was that...
So she's ahead of them. She's hiding.
No, sorry, I meant to clarify. The first mob that the Fellowship took on, was that Saffron or was that Troxy? I can't remember.
Troxy started when I did.
That was right after then. Okay, never mind. Yeah. With that being said then, clarified, Raiden and Troxy, you look at the sea of abominations, and though you may have not had as much of experience as some of the other members of the Fellowship, the amount is dangerous. And you even see some of the crew that Marie had left behind start to kind of talk amongst themselves, and you even hear mentions of some of them saying, maybe we should go back there and all fight as a group. And you can hear them fighting amongst themselves like, no, we're standing here, you cowards! And they're sort of bickering amongst each other. What do you two want to do in this moment before I move on?
I'll let Rain go first.
Raiden, with a puff of like steam out of his power suit, is different colored. Instead of its normal white, it's a black. And he turns around, hearing the men talk of cowardice. Opening the front of his hood, his helmet, he has a cigar in his mouth as he just. What? Are you afraid to dance with death? As just a full skeletal visage says this to them.
The ones that were already like questioning with maybe they shouldn't be at the choke point look at you, and they just kind of stand there and they just like. Go ahead and make a persuasion check for me, Raiden.
Okay.
Let's see if you help or not help the situation.
That is 9.
The half of the men look very uneasy, while the other half are maintaining their composure, but now having a much harder time because their team is falling apart. And you start to see them every once in a while kind of a quick glance, and they look out. They look back to you. They look out. Nah, we only have a few minutes to decide. And one of the men who was keeping them composure now loses his composure. We cut back to the rest of the group. I need everyone to make perception checks. Oh! I didn't let Troxy jump in. Please, Troxy, I want you to jump in first.
Okay. Troxy is just like panting kind of hard. She's just so tired from all the managers, and of course she's not giving up. And she kind of looks up at the very small hole that she has been digging as this very small mouse. And she just kind of lays back and she just keeps all of her little paws on the ground, feeling the vibration. And she's waiting for just the exact moment of enough flustered enemies above her. She's waiting to feel the vibrations.
Okay.
I'm feeling these good vibrations.
I kind of got lost in there. What was your objective? I'm sorry.
She's waiting to cast Moonbeam.
Okay, sorry. I got lost in the description, sorry.
You're fine.
Okay. So, Do you want to still be in your mouse form, or do you want to be manifested in your Troxy form?
Yeah, she's like, she dug into like enough chamber that she's Troxy, and she's holding wild shape transformation as a hold action. And then I'm.
Gotcha. Okay. So.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Do you two feel adequately okay with the position you're leaving yourselves in right now? It's okay if you are. I just want to double check.
Yes.
Okay. We pan to the rest of the group. After this moment of adrenaline comes over each other, you watch Pocket look over at Endless. That was weird. And you realize by him saying that at that moment that he experienced what you did, and it's at this moment everyone starts to look up at each other. You have a moment to do something before the next thing happens.
Okay, everybody. Like I said earlier, Endless. I'm not sure if these help from the Empire is going to do us much anything. But we are strong. This is nothing. Professor Hermione is as well as dead. Keep an eye on each other. Stay close. Call for backup if you need. I'll be keeping my spells in reserve to help those who need it. Keep your mind strong and your fortitude even stronger.
As the moment starts to fade, you all begin to hear what I described earlier as a rhythmic hum, just beating into the earth, much like something only dreams could manifest. You look out, and it's at this point, one of the last hills that need to be crested to get up on the main path to Winshire. You see now, much like Lord of the Rings style, like a line of flesh just piling over. And right now it's moving slow, but by the way you're gauging it, they seem to be moving at a quicker pace than normal. At which point you hear the sound of buzzsaws coming from inside of the fortress, of the city. Who wants to go and inspect, or do you want me to continue? As you sit there, determining what the fuck could that noise be, you hear a huge mass fall onto the earth. It seems to have also come in from inside the city.
They're cutting down the fortitude that we have built. We're not able to split our numbers right now. Only way we can really do anything is to let Troxy know, but we need her for backup. No.
I can send her a message.
Do that.
She's with the
No.
mage.
I need you to go back there and see what's going on at the city.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Take Pocket with you.
No, we'll head that direction.
I'll send my message to Troxy. Troxy, something's happening over here. They're tearing down your barrier from the inside. I don't know who's doing it.
She's kind of like, she's kind of shaking a little bit. Hearing enough, she wants to do something. And she just seems to be breaking down. That's okay. That's okay.
Gnaw and Pocket bend around the corner, book it as fast as they can towards the entrance. Right before they stop, Gnaw and Pocket, as you look, you see in this, nearly at the center of the ceiling of the dome, there has been a large hole that's been cut out that's maybe 20 feet in diameter total. And you start to see a floating mechanism, much like a imagine, if you will, a 10-foot wide or so square platform that is ridged, that sort of like that's stacked up on itself, so it kind of has a slant to it, a triangular shape towards the bottom. And you see a series of arcane purple rings that are like kind of emanating out of it, like Jetson style, allowing this thing to fly. As it comes down through the ceiling, you notice on either side of this like flying mechanism are like Eggman style robotic arms that have like saw blades on the end of them that just finish spinning as they kind of like mechanically extract themselves and fold back up into the device that is floating. Do you wish to do anything else?
Null, knowing that the barrier was some sort of significance to this whole operation, will begin attacking it.
As you walk in, wait, did you say you want to attack the barrier, you say?
No, the machine thing.
Got you. As you start to run into the city, you look to the sides. Although you may have not met them personally like some of the other members, the people supposedly trying to maintain the magical barrier which this wood shell grew around are now dead, with their skulls ripped out of their heads, lying next to them on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The city is no longer magically protected, it just has a wooden shell around it. As you take this in as you run.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a voice magnified by magical means echo now throughout the dome, but emanating from the top of this platform. You don't see anyone standing in there just yet because of the slow speed that it is now descending at. Well. If you want something done right, everybody, you have to do it yourself. Look at these pathetic fools! You call this preparation? And it just echoes throughout the dome as it just bounces off, and it's just bouncing now in your ears, Null. This voice like almost puts you straight back into a flashback. As you look up, the platform now has descended just enough now to see this pristine looking. By the way her hair looks, you imagine she should be older, but the features of her face are much more smooth and tight. A pair of wide circular glasses that are much bigger than a typical size flash now, that are now in the moonlight coming down. Oh my. Wow, look at all of this. And she just is looking at all the people that are sick with this disease. Oh, my children, you look so lovely. And as she finishes that sentence, the whole population just kind of just start giving that like awful, cringy, whiny sound that abominations typically do. Null, you begin finishing running up, having about a 20-foot clearance between you and this ascending thing. Now, just to give you perspective, it's about 60 feet in the air as it's slowly descending. She looks down. Oh my gosh. Look at you. Magnificent, Null. I figured you'd come back one day. Who knew it would be tonight of all nights? As she kind of raises her hands up, and at this point, the moon hasn't reached its zenith yet, but the light that's being cast from the top of the dome is just maybe like just cocked off of center. And she just kind of raises her hands up and looks up at the moon.
Could I?
Null's already chucked a javelin at this bitch by now. Like, as running up.
Go ahead and make an attack roll. Zafra, I'll let you jump in just a sec.
He's gonna do it like recklessly too.
That's
like
fine, go for it.
all abandon aside. That is 20. What is that? 22? 22.
So, because of the angle, you launch up your javelin, and it maybe would have connected to the top of the mechanism, but instead of even making contact, one of the robotic arms I described earlier that are very thin kind of zoom out and kind of zink and full on cut the javelin in half as it flies, sending it kind of in two pieces in different directions. Oh my! Oh, I can't wait to see what you can do. Zafril, what are you doing?
At this point, how there's insurmountable amounts of abominations running towards us right now, right?
Similar or greater to the mob you fought against at the abandoned tower.
Everyone, come in close. I was expecting abominations, but this is too many. I've personally fought this many at one time, and it takes hours. We need to retreat.
As you say that,
Can we hear what's going on in the city?
yeah, you could Professor Hermione's voice is magically being amplified, and you can hear it. You can hear it as if you were at like a basketball game getting like a snack outside at the vending machine. Like, you can hear what's going on in there. You're just not inside to hear it with like where it's emanating from. But clear as day. Oh my dear Null, I hope the rest of your friends came to play too, because to be honest, I might not be able to do this without them. Hello? Is anyone there? Does the Fellowship respond?
Oh, Raiden like completely clears like into that bitch, like into the dome on top of Giza.
Okay, well, you can go ahead and roll for another attack. The Fellowship. What
That
are you
was
doing?
Null. That was Null that made the attack. Raiden's coming now.
My bad. That was a...
Yeah, I was just saying Raiden's coming in.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Oh,
So
Raiden's
that
coming
was
in?
something that all of us
Yeah.
could hear.
Yeah, because it's being amplified.
Yes, this whole conversation can be heard. Maybe I wouldn't say Troxy and Raiden can hear it because it's not that loud, but you guys can clearly hear it echoing off of the walls inside of the dome.
Okay, everybody. Fia, could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you and I fly above the top?
Yeah, I'm gonna send a message to Troxy and Raiden first to let them know she's here.
Endless, I need you to go the same way Null went. Provide backup.
You see Inglis just nod his head and turn and take off.
I'll just send one message, but we'll assume it's going to both of them.
That's fine.
Raiden and Troxy, she's in the dome. She's not coming the direction we think she is.
You guys handle her. I got this.
I'm already inside the dome.
Raiden's made his way back. Troxy, you watch you and Raiden sort of make eye contact.
No, I'm underground.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I thought you were... Okay.
I dug under the road.
I see. I thought maybe you were in your human form, readying your... I didn't realize you were still a mouse, readying to transform into something else.
Yes.
Okay, never mind. Raiden, you take a deep breath, knowing Troxy is here. You look back, and at this point, you can just barely hear the ringing, high-pitched voice of Hermione sing through the air into your mind and you just know now. And you begin to, like a fucking steam engine, like that guy from Hero Academia, whatever the fuck his name is. Just take off.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say Raiden is able to catch up in the amount of time right before the mob comes to Troxy, as far as like the timeline is concerned, just to keep everyone in line. Raiden catches up as Anglus moves into the city. Raiden, do you go into the city as well?
Oh yeah, Raiden's all in that.
Okay. Right as Raiden leaves, where are you two in relation to everyone else? Are you right by the entrance as well, watching everyone go in?
Am I?
What's that?
When you say you two, who are you?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Zafril and Fia.
If you can fly us up to where that hole was cut.
Yeah, I'm on it. So I'm gonna cast Fly and I'm gonna twin the spell and cast it on both of us.
Okay. You guys take off. Where do you fly to?
Zafriel immediately like carves up and dives down into the hole that's been cut.
Right before that happens, I need to cut to something else. Can we say that the two of you fly up to that hole? Okay, just for reference, the roof, the apex of the dome, where the hole is cut, is roughly like, I can't remember what I said in the past, but I'm now saying roughly 85 feet tall. It's a sizable dome. Like, I mean, it's not it's like not like a huge, you know, humanitarian sized dome, but it's tall enough to give enough breathing room, if you will, over the city. As you guys fly up, we cut to the rest of the Fellowship now running in. Null, on your backside, you see the rest of the Fellowship coming to join you. Getting reinstated with another bit of confidence, you release another javelin. Go ahead and roll for an attack.
Sure.
Sorry, didn't you say you were going to do another attack or something?
No,
Okay,
but
never-
I mean, yeah, probably
Oh,
not.
no, it's okay. Sorry, I misunderstood earlier. So,
No.
as you guys run in, the flying device, like I described earlier, is a roughly 10-foot square that tapers off towards the bottom that is floating magically in the air, but you do see some sort of mechanical modifications that have been made. It seems to be a super solid combination of the two sort of practices. Flawless, really. Raiden, it kind of like almost makes you nervous. It's like, ooh, these guys might know what they're doing. It stops about 30 feet in the air, we'll say 25 feet to be fair, above the ground before it stops. Everyone, I am glad you all have been able to be brought here for this glorious event. And she legitimately begins to tear up before she wipes a tear away. These are the Fellowship of the Standing Bear. Everyone, please. And you watch as, like, in a magical means, the abominations in the city that are present begin to just like clap unwillingly, and it's almost kind of scary to watch them unwillingly clap. Makes everyone kind of feel a little uncomfortable. At which point, oh, I almost forgot my dear friend, who this would not be possible without. Please let me introduce himself. And she just backs up. And a human man steps forward. He seems to be in his 60s. You do see liver spots, but there is one unique liver spot that's like on his forehead that sort of consumes some of the bridge of his nose and eye socket. that makes a distinct sort of like bean-like shape. You see on his chin a long goatee that's been growing for decades, and it goes down about like, I don't know, 9 inches before it starts to curl in on itself, and about 3/4 of the way down, it's all turned gray and white. This is a very old, elderly gentleman. He looks over as he puts his like bony fingers on the edge to reveal some of the robes he's wearing, which look kind of nice. They are very Russian-esque. They have like a lot of like beautiful orange, reds, and purples in the mix, and it seems to be very thick. It's hard to explain. No hood. This man is nearly bald, but like has a crown of hair that barely persists on the edge of his skull that is just clinging to the amount of life this gentleman has. As he looks down, what wonderful subjects! Oh, and what's this? I never thought we would meet again. In this moment, Endless, your heart sinks 1,000 leagues beneath the sea. Because the man that stands before you on this floating platform is the very man that led to the death of your brother. This is Misfic, the Wicked.
Huh.
Endless! My dear boy, your brother serves me nicely. As he just... Who knew we would meet under such fucking fantastic circumstances? I hope to suck life out of your body while it still stands. I need everyone to roll for initiative.
I'm sorry. Do we know each other?
If you wouldn't mind playing some battle music, I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a 20.
Should I?
20?
It's a dirty 20.
Cool.
Endless is just like jumping like back and forth on 2 feet, just doing some quick fighter work. He's like, I'm ready. I am ready.
Do you have a paper I can use?
She's doing some stretches,
Oh, the
flings
thing.
his arms a little bit, just the air punches like time.
I do have where's the marker at?
Like physical anxiety going through my body right
Okay,
now.
I need to roll initiatives for a couple baddies real quick, and then I'm going to call for everyone, so make sure you're ready.
The dice gods look upon me. The All-Father blesses me.
This marker's a little dry.
Most of them are. You really feel busy.
Okay, hold on. I gotta find a marker real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Y'all let me know what you think.
Huh? Yes. Perfect,
Fits
dude.
the
This
vibe,
is great. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm not ready. Sorry, that music just got me hyped.
Okay, good. I'm glad you like it. I thought it fit.
Before combat starts, could I say something?
Don't Don't worry, I'm going to give you a moment, but it played out a little differently, and I'm sorry.
No, you're just fine. I was just making sure.
Hopefully you can roll with it.
Yep.
Because I'm setting you up for something.
Yes, I planned to say something as well.
1 second, one more thing.
Oh man, I need to get my dice. I packed them for the beach and didn't unpack them.
If y'all were wondering, Misfit, this necromancer that appears before you, the Wicked, he's known as the Wicked, but the Wicked is missing the C. It's only W-I-K-E-D. Just, not that like matters, but just to give you like an idea of some more of this character.
Hey.
Okay, so... Oh, actually, one more thing. Fuck. Okay. 25 to 20.
I've got 20.
Okay, Angela's up at 20. 20 to 15.
Is it 20 to 15 or 15 to 20?
20 to 15.
Oh, okay.
Go.
17.
17? Okay. Okay, 15 to 10.
Sorry, I missed the first one. I actually got 23.
23, okay.
I did as well. I am back.
Okay, what was your initiative?
I have +3.
Oh no, sorry, everyone else. What about Troxy and Raiden?
Troxy already gave you hers.
Sorry, I meant to say Thea, my bad.
6.
6? Oh man, bummer. What about you, Raiden?
23.
23, okay. Who has the higher dex between the two of you and Zephyr?
I have +3.
I have +3.
What's your score?
16.
Mine's also 16.
Rollies. You guys both roll a d20. Whoever rolls higher goes first.
Yeah, at that point.
7.
19.
Ah, fuck.
I'm
Okay,
wasting
so-
all my good rolls.
So is that Raiden going at 23?
Yes.
Okay.
And a quick question for you, Colt.
Yes?
My whole attack will go first, right? Or how does that work? Or is that just on my turn?
We'll start that off as something that happens before your turn, so you can act on your
Fine.
turn, if that's okay with you.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I just want to know.
Okay.
It's like a plan.
Yeah. You'll see once combat gets started, but I've set this up in a way where, we'll see. Okay.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
I just want to like a plan.
Thea, you had 6. And what about Null?
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about him. He has a 15.
15. Okay. Okay, Thea with 6. All right. I'll roll for pocket.
I did literally the nerdiest shit. I rushed into my bedroom to find these dice. Girlfriend asking me what I'm doing. I'm like, nothing, just a big bounce happening. Gotta go.
No.
I was like, I love you, bye. And I had to close the door and come back in here.
That's great.
Okay, so we got.
We're at DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1.
Okay.
Red light.
Did I
flaring.
get everybody in initiative?
I think so.
believe so.
Okay. All right. Let me just get this finished out real quick. Okay. Okay.
Man, I expected some shit to happen like this. It was either she's coming down the main road or she's coming in behind us. I was like, I gotta choose one.
Although what? I plan around their plan, and then they plan around that plan, around that plan.
Yeah, it's like the chess game. Like, which moves next?
Dude, I would have been so upset for like in the middle of like 2 hours of fighting abominations, and then he's like, the boss comes out of the ground below you, in the middle of your whole group.
They
You
never
know,
Surprise
attacked the Chaos
Tarrasque.
Dragon.
Yeah, I thought it was the Rumble Dragon because he said like over the hill you hear this rhythmic thumping. I was like, it's gonna be that tower, god damn it.
Now I'm be like,
Round two,
now that-
motherfucker.
he's gonna be like, now that comes in the middle of the fight, and no one will know.
Raiden, at the top of combat. What would you like to do? Just to paint the scene. So, right now, you're roughly directly in the center of this town, which is where the three structures that are built are. You see that the three structures were that like old purple-ish Victorian house that's falling apart. There was a blacksmith and like a tavern-looking thing. The piece of wood that fell from the ceiling has destroyed nearly half of the purple house where like the mayor presumably lived. And all of this is happening essentially in a town square where imagine in like a 30 by 30 foot square, nothing is it's just gravel and sand and whatnot, and around you is Tent City. I know we're kind of in a big amorphic space, and I wanted to make a map, but I'll do my best. If you guys have any questions about positioning, just let me know, and I'll kind of like refresh you.
How close to the ground are they?
25 feet. Well,
Okay.
the bottom of their device that's floating is 25 feet.
Okay, Raiden will just make his way up to the device, or like a close, like I guess within range, so he can like get under it if they land, but not like underneath it. It crushes him.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he'll just say, "Well, hello, creator," or should I say, "Mother"? Ah, who gives a fuck? You're just a bitch, anyways.
Right as you finish that sentence, Mother? You mean partner? As you end your turn? Or do you do anything else?
Let's see, bonus actions, is there anything?
Is that for your own deck?
I'll do defensive field.
Defensive field?
Yeah, as a bonus action, you can gain 9 temporary hit points. Oh wait, never mind. It
Those won't
replaces
stack with
hit
your
points
current.
I already have. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, never mind.
You can use your bonus action to say a quip.
Go ahead.
You're a bitch. Let's
And your mother
see.
never performs.
Where is it? There it is. I will cast as a bonus action.
Really fat.
No, I'll save it. I don't do anything else. I just move up.
You just sort of ready your gauntlets, sort of smack them together, and like crackling arcane lightning sort of
Yeah.
crashes off of it. Zafriel, you and Fia are like maybe 10 feet from the rim of the hole. As you guys are soaring up, as rain is sort of like, pelting you in the face. At this point, the rain has picked up just a little bit more. That sort of uncomfortable level at like a 4.5. Right before you dive into the hole, you hear, "And where do you think you're going, Zafriel?" Do you turn around?
I turn around. What do I see?
You see as a figure
Oh my god.
in dark armor clad, soaring 40 feet, flying right after you two.
You go on ahead. I'm gonna keep him out of the fight.
You say that's Sophia?
Sorry, I missed that. Who's following us?
The gentleman you once saw before that wore the dark plate armor that you have come to know as a friend that maybe Zafra has lost.
Oh, Hendrickson.
I've got this. I'll come back and help you.
Okay, so where are we? Are we not in the dome yet then? Are we above it?
We're
it's
just at the precipice,
it's
yeah.
technically not your turn yet, but with this sort of like theatrical interpretation of what's going on, if you want to, we can make it so when you start your turn in initiative, you'll already kind of be in the dome, or we can say you can stay up there. It's up to you.
I was just trying to figure out where we were.
Yeah, so you're basically at the top of the dome where they sort of cut that hole in initially, and you're about to fly in. You're like 10 feet away, so you're like up on this huge structure sort of flying in the air.
I'm gonna wait till my turn to do anything.
I respect that. Zafril, what would you like to do as your action? We could wait till next round if you want to wait, because you're at the top of initiative.
I bear the Holy Avenger and hold it pointed at this figure, and I wait for him to approach. I'd like to hold my action.
You watch as you point out your blade,
And I'll go into a rage.
and you clench the sword, and as you go into your rage, a wrath that matches your fury lights up the blade of your gosh dang it, what the name?
Holy Avenger.
Holy Avenger. As you look over, and in that moment, at least, you felt like you're on the right path. This is where you're meant to be in the timeline.
I hold my action if he attacks.
Okay. Anglis, you're up. You're on mute, my friend.
I was working. I couldn't figure out if I was on mute on my headset or on Discord. Okay, so, exactly where am I and what is in front of me?
Okay, so, like I said before, you're smack dab in the center of town. They nearly cut a hole at the top of the dome. In the center of town are those sort of three structures. There's a Victorian-style two-story house that's been demolished by the wood that was cut from the ceiling. There's two other buildings standing next to it, which are the blacksmith / like get your horses shoed and shit, and a tavern. Those are the only three structures in the whole city. Everything else is people live in tents. So imagine, if you will, if you're next to these structures in a town square space that's maybe 30 foot by 30 foot clear of anything, and outside of all of that are the tents and whatnot. The closest wall of the dome is maybe 200 feet away from you. You're like in the exact center of the dome right now. And on top of that, you see if like relatively about 15 or so feet in front of you, and 25 feet up are the Professor, Hermione, and Mizpik the Wicked that are standing upon the platform. It has a lip, so like you only see about their torso and down. So they technically like have half cover. And you see Raiden has approached the platform in a way where if they were to land, it would be in an advantageous spot.
Okay.
And at this point, because of the rain picking up, it's kind of an odd visual, but in this hole, this 20-ish so wide foot hole that was cut in the top, you see rain falling from, but only in that section of the city. It's kind of like a tube of rain. It's kind of cool.
Oh, is Mizpik, is that Radagast?
No, dude. Mizpik is the necromancer that killed your brother. it seems like he's been recruited somehow by the professor.
So where he's at. Okay, first I want to cast Hunter's Mark on Mizvik.
Of course, naturally.
And where he's at right now. Can I? Would I be able to hit him with a bow?
Yes, they have a slight boost to their AC because of half cover, but they're totally shootable with a bow. So for fucking sure you can do that.
Does a 22 hit?
Oh yeah, that hits. First blood, everybody. Describe this arrow as it meets contact with Misfit.
So as I'm looking up, and I draw my bow, still with a finger up,
But yeah.
and I let go, and it flies just true, straight, pegging him right in the shoulder, dealing 8 damage.
Is that with your Hunter's Mark?
Yes.
You watch as he you haven't improved much, boy, as he just pulls it out of his shoulder. You want to take your second attack?
Yep, I'm shooting again. 14.
Right as you shoot your next arrow, the arrow actually was going to go straight for his forehead and make him a fucking unicorn, but he holds up his hand and this blackish gray light emanates from it, and he almost palms the arrow as it just disintegrates into sawdust. Do you want to stay in your place or move up to where Raiden went?
Yeah, we're gonna move up to where Raiden went, and I just kind of shout, like, I've grown a lot. You haven't seen me naked recently.
Ew.
I'm a real boy.
At the end of your turn, we cut back to this dark-clad individual soaring up the side of the dome, and you watch as like an unsuspecting large branch of a trunk-sized tree gets in his way, and he sort of slims up and corkscrews through a small, tiny space, totally for the flourish, as he uses that to come up about 20 feet away from you, 30 feet away from the hole, as he looks at you. He looks over at Fia. Leave me, witch. I have no qualms with you. As he pulls out his blade. It's nearly identical to yours, Zafril, if not the inverse. You watch as the blade swings and swirls in the air, and just for a moment, you witness the clouds get affected by that swinging as they want to sort of like twist with it, but the blade isn't strong enough to have full control. As he pulls the blade down and mimics your stance, but with his left arm instead. Now, I will show you how strong I've become.
In the name of Cord, I vow to decimate true evil. My iron will shall be shared with those of whom that have lost their own. I vow to avenge all the unrighteous deaths and sadness that have been caused by this curse placed upon this land, including those of my wife, son, and friends. This curse of pure evil that has been placed upon this land is an unforgivable sin. True evil will never be forgiven, and I vow to give retribution to the weak by returning the same horror twofold to the evils that have plagued them. With this call to arms, I take a vow of vengeance. Hendrickson, you have the misfortune of facing Zafriel Heisen, your mentor, leader of the Fellowship of the Standing Bear, and Paladin of Cord. In the name of Cord, your life and your soul shall be mine. Forgive me, friend. Prepare to die. And I'm gonna take 2 attacks with the Holy Avenger.
As Zafriel, you charge. You are filled with the might of power you've never experienced in your life, as your own arms frolic with goosebumps with the surge of ability coursing through your veins. Now, in this exact moment, vowing to Cord that you will receive the vengeance that has consumed you at this point. As you take your first level into Paladin, you charge in with 2 attacks.
Oh, sh!
Okay, that is a 29 and a 27.
That hits. They both hit. Just because of this fucking moment, you're gonna deal an additional D8 worth of radiant damage on each hit, just because this is fucking badass.
Hell
Is
yeah.
Hendrickson considered undead?
No.
Okay.
Troxy, you're on deck. We'll have that play out like you said before, and then we'll have you take your turn.
Beans. Man, this is like some like Superman versus Zod, like but holy and unholy versions of them, flying in the air and shit. That's great. That's epic as shit. And it's raining and lightning.
Yes, it sure is. It sure
The
is.
angels are weeping while the devils are singing.
As Zafriel charges in with his rage now flying, he performs a maneuver, just swirling around him in a super fast motion. He tosses his halberd up into the air, and as it comes down, he slashes twice in a quick succession, dealing 42 damage.
Holy fuck.
Damn.
Okay. The first strike. Hendrickson holds his guard much too loosely and much too confidently as you come in literally as a force of nature with the power of the storm and your conviction behind you. The first blow nearly takes the sword out of Hendrickson's hand, and he has to fumble it as he... And that fumbling is just enough for you to shove your blade right up into the sternum, and it just barely fits right in between the plates, and you're able to dig your blade a couple inches in. Any more force and that would have been fatal as you pull out and you watch as black ichor instead of red pulls with your blood and spatters the wet wood below you as it falls. I don't know, you guys are like 10 feet above the wooden dome. He just looks at you, unable to see his face. You hear the panting. Now let me show you what I can do. Is that everything for you, Zafriel? Is that everything, Zafriel?
Yeah, that was my held action. Yeah. So I
Okay.
can't do anything else.
Troxy, as you're sitting there in your tiny form, seeing Raiden leave and also getting his message, Zafriel's message of what's going on and the position you decide to take, you crawl out of your little hole. At this point, you probably have a moment or two to breathe. Is there any line or thought you want to mutter before the onslaught of, like, you know that part in Hercules when he cuts the Hydra's head off so many times and it's just like this 3D animated blur of like Hydra head? You just see that in front of you. You probably, like I said, you have a moment to utter a phrase or think a word before we have shit go down.
Fantastic. She looks at the mask that's coming towards her, and she looks back, and she feels so scared, you know? And she's shaking, and she just takes a deep breath and goes, I will do everything I can to hold them back for you guys. And she just goes straight back down into the hole as deep as she can.
You burrow and burrow and burrow and burrow, and whether it be because of your mouse and ears or the literal proximity to the amount of flesh walking above you, eventually it consumes you, and you know, like, now is the time to strike. Please describe in whatever beauty you would like to describe before you take your real turn about what happens.
Fantastic. I also want to use 3 fate points for this.
Yes, by all means, use all
Perfect.
fucking 3.
She's sitting this whole shaking. She goes, it's now, and she just closes her eyes as like her whole body kind of like folds in on itself before the skin just rips, and the ground just explodes in the mass that they were walking on, as a massive, darkish gray tentacle, which is huge, massive tentacle covered in roots, and even like has plants growing on it, and it just comes out, flops down, and it's like a whole rotation.
Okay, right as you your initial eruption out of the ground was enough to eliminate a handful of abominations that happen to be in the impact area. But as you become full bloom and sort of like flex out, you watch as the last little bit of tentacle unfurls before and trying to slam all around, and it's like a fucking lawnmower. You just hear the sounds of bones breaking, flesh tearing apart, and bits and bobs flying up in the air as a huge swath of this mob flies and is totally wasted. You eliminate so much space in between you and the oncoming horde. You even have a second to breathe before the next part of the wave starts coming. Now, what would you like to do for your turn?
Quick question. I know my size is huge, so how big is this tentacle?
We'll say you're
kinda
20 feet big. From base to the tip. I mean, you're not... you taper off, right? But it's 20 feet long. Like, you have a big reach.
It just does this weird like shape as it like lets out like this screeching noise, and its whole body just like vibrates, and then the skin just tightens as like veins pop as she rages in this form, and just goes and just slams down on the wave coming at her.
Okay. I'm not going to have you roll to attack, because you will hit no matter what you do. I want you to roll damage, and how the amount of damage you do is the amount of the mob that's taken away.
Okay, bet. 100% bet. Okay.
So, by any means, if you want to describe grabbing a specific victim and tearing them apart as part of like the huge swath of enemies you're killing, by all means. But the amount of damage you do is the amount you're dealing with.
Okay, so let me see here. I'm just gonna... It's just a...
Oh, you're on deck.
Let me see here. Okay, that's right. Okay, brain was just dying. Rolling damage. Okay. Sorry, sometimes I'm slow with this, guys.
You're fine.
Okay. Got snake eyes, that sucks. That's okay.
Shit.
So you said 6, and then how much damage do I get for raging?
Because of your fate points spent, which went into the size that you are, I'm gonna say you can deal an additional 2d6 because of the surge of like oneness you feel with yourself in this moment.
Thanks. Okay, cool.
A huge tentacle. Like,
Okay. So that's 6.
yeah. Like, I imagine this tentacle is like maybe 6 feet wide at the base, and then tapers off to the size of like a hand towards the top or something.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like
Okay.
that. Okay.
Okay.
So that is that's 6 plus. So that's 12 damage plus. How much damage do I get for rage? I couldn't find the chart. It says it gets stronger as you level, but I couldn't find the rage damage chart.
The rage it's just +2.
Oh, +2? Okay, so 14.
14. And as you strike down, you watch as you like a party trick, hit a nail in the wall with one strike. You watch as like 4 abominations like immediately just sink into the ground like unnaturally, like 3.5 feet, and like the rest of the body that didn't go into the earth smushes in on itself. And as you make contact, you just do a swipe, and like 30 abominations just like kind of expire as they just have. And at this point, your arm, your tentacle arm, is feeling numb, not from the pain, but from the amount of surface area that it's hitting each time it strikes at the crowd. No. Did you want to do anything for a bonus action? I guess the bonus action was turning into the tentacle.
That was my hold.
Okay. Oh no. Well, I mean, the first initial attack with the tentacle was the hold, and then you attacking just now is you taking your turn.
Yes. Yep, that is correct.
Is it safe to assume you can't move as a tentacle? Are you in place?
I am in place as, let me see. So, yeah, it doesn't even say I have a move speed. I am. I think, like, I can move underground.
I mean, to be honest, like, if you became overwhelmed, if you failed to keep this mob in check, then they could get around you, but because of the choke point that you're at and where they're trying to get to, you're in a pretty advantageous spot where you might not have to move, unless if you get overwhelmed and you need to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say that it doesn't move. It just has an enormous tentacle, and it looks like it can swim, or since it has so many different environments it could be in, since it's forest, I believe it digs underground and then pops up.
Sure, why not?
I mean, that's just my guess. You do whatever you want to do. I'm just in the picture.
I'll look at the stat watch in just a second. But moving on, we have Null. What would you like to do?
Null would look around. Is there anything he can jump on, climb up to get to this machine any closer?
I will say you could potentially climb up on the tavern, like the buildings you're next to. If you were to climb up on the tavern and make a good jump, like with a successful athletics check, I'd allow you to jump up onto the platform. It's close enough, but you'd have to still do a check. You can't just do it for free.
Oh yeah. He would definitely do this.
By all means. So you, like Assassin's Creed style, you only use 2 hand grips to get up a building that's like 15 feet tall when really there should have been like 4 or 5 hand grips in there. You just kind of lunge yourself up like a fucking animal. As you get up to the roof, please roll an athletics check. If you want to rage, you can do an advantage.
He already gets advantage on it.
Oh,
or
okay,
with that stack, did we do the rule where it stacks?
Oh, a stacking advantage. After the second advantage just gives +2.
Okay, he'll do that.
Okay, so you have advantage +2. You're gonna rage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll rage
Please,
for sure. Seeing this horde that did this to him. That's. Let's see. I need a calculator at this point.
Calculation.
26.
Yeah. So you take 4 steps back like a soccer player about to make a goal kick, and you jump off. You catch just barely with your right hand, and with your weight and size, you nearly pull the whole thing down, but it sort of naturally recovers because of the enchantment on it as you pull yourself up, and the professor and Misfit suddenly look very worried. Oh dear! Get out of here! What would you like to do?
Is it possible for him to tackle both at the same time, or is it only one creature at a time?
The tackle is considered an attack action. So if you want to, you can spend one of your attacks to try and tackle.
Okay. He's going to spend his attack. Can I use both of my attacks per action to tackle both?
Yeah, essentially, sure, why not? Like, you could tackle both of them, but at the end of your turn, you'd only be on top of one of them, if that makes sense.
Oh, the idea is I'm tackling them off this machine and into the ground below.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I'm taking them down to the ground.
Suplex.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
suplexing their asses.
I'll say this: the DC will be higher if you want both. The DC will be lower if you go for one.
What do I have to do if I do tackle? Is that as a strength check or what is it?
We'll call it an athletics check versus their acrobatics. It'll be like a contested. We'll resolve it like grappling.
Okay. He'll attempt both.
Well, actually, let me think about this. I just
Okay.
realized I set that up differently. I said it differently than what I should have. But the principle still stands. I realized it wouldn't be a DC for you to beat. What I'm going to do instead is give them a higher bonus to their check when you decide to contest them.
Okay.
Okay, you're going for the two of them?
Yeah.
Please roll an athletics check with advantage +2.
Okay.
That's a nat 20 for Professor Hermione.
Okay.
What'd you roll, my friend?
Calculating it up.
Calculating.
Calculating said thing. That is a 23.
Okay, so what I will allow, right as you go on for like a football-like linebacker tackle into their guts, you watch. Oh, dear Lord, I don't have the time to be dealing with the likes of you. And she sort of like snaps her fingers, and her visage sort of like shimmers slightly. So when you grab her, you grab just off where you think she should have been, but unable to react quickly enough. Misfit kind of, whether be it to his age or not, he gets launched and gripped into your massive forearm as you.
Can
fly
I use
off
my
the edge.
reaction as Raiden?
What would you like to do as Raiden?
Flash of Genius.
What does that do?
When you see you or another creature within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can add a +5 to the roll.
Does it have a stipulation of when you can add that to the roll? Like when in the current events?
Not in the sentence.
Okay, well, fuck. All right. So what are you adding that to yours check?
To Null's athletics.
Making it. a
Uh,
total of-
28.
28, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Right as she shimmers out of your grasp, you kind of tackle into Misfit as you bolt off the edge. You sort of like turn in to sort of like rotate, and you see her starting to sort of like, as she laughs under her breath, you have just the amount of reach to grab her by the scruff of her shirt and pull her off with you. Go ahead and roll 3d6. And
Roll
all
for
th-
seismic toss.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, so roll
Oh,
3d6 for both of these guys. You can add your strength total to the roll,
Okay.
but you take the 3d6 damage without the strength added.
Okay.
It's reduced because you're raging.
It was kind of like an oh shit moment. You
So you
missed.
just pulled them both down?
Yes.
8.
Bad news
Let's
bears.
see. 8 plus 5. That's a 13 damage to them, and then I take 4.
Okay, go ahead and mark that down. 13 to both of them.
Let's see,
I
that'll
just
be-
I just see them both hit the ground, and the standing bear just goes over and starts shit stomping on him.
Oh, Siegfried! Is Siegfried in this? I forgot about him.
He
I
can
guess
be
nobody
here.
has.
He can be here.
He doesn't have control. I mean, nobody's a ranger, I guess.
I
So
mean, we
He-
could
he
have
can-
him just taking out abominations.
I mean, he could act. The way we'd play is I would just play Siegfried on his turn because you're right. You don't technically have control over him.
yeah.
But
Okay.
if you want him here, he will be here. I just assumed he wasn't because he didn't. I
I think he'd be outside.
Okay.
That'd be a better spot.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, he'll just sit out front, right in the literal front of the entrance of the city. I need to take my hat off now. All right, everybody. Both
Are you ready for this?
of the professor and the necromancer get blown off the edge. Please describe this seismic toss, knife dude.
So, the what's the guy's name? Sorry.
Misfit.
Misfit is like in a bear hug against this hairy chest, Russian suplex style. He's getting the full thing, but she's just getting dragged along as he implants this dude's head into the ground as best as he can.
Falcon
She
drop.
just gets smacked into the ground. However,
You watch as you watch his neck literally breaks, but it like magically realigns himself, like momentarily sustaining the death he would have just experienced. And Hermione, unfortunately, not being able to make the same contact, but gets slammed down with your other arm as you meet contact. She kind of gets knocked out of her.
as he falls, he just says, "Delivery for Inglis and Raiden."
Wow. 1 second, I need to read a thing.
The power of friendship, motherfucker!
Zafiro, yes, I would allow that if you spent a fate point to do it.
Cool.
Okay. As Null brings down the guys, the Misfit kind of, God damn it! You watch as he like kind of struggles to pull his head out from the earth a little bit as he kind of boom pulls it out. And you watch the crown of hair that was barely holding on, like I described previously, is now gone because of the trauma he just exposed. As he touches his head, my beautiful hair, you will pay! And he just pulls his hand up in the air, and like brief amount of necrotic energy shoots out like lightning, and as he points his fingers out, he's going to cast Bane at 2nd level, and I need everyone to hold, please. Let me pull it up.
What do I hold on to? What am I holding on to? What?
Hold on to your suction cups. Okay, I'm at the tentacle.
There's no suction cups. It just looks like a big ass
Oh.
tentacle worm.
Ah.
But, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
It looks like.
So, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. We're good.
As
I
he
described
shoots that necrotic black lightning up in the air, and then harnesses that power more fully and points it out, I need Null especially, because you just fucking took him down. Zafriel, oh no, not Zafriel. Endless, Raiden, and Pocket. Yeah, he cast it on everybody. Perfect. Yeah, I need everyone that I just mentioned to roll charisma saving throws.
Interesting.
Come on, be nice to me. 19.
You just
Damn.
barely saved. The DC is 19.
Nat
Yeah.
20 plus 1. I'm wasting all my good fucking rolls.
On,
Raiden.
okay, and Null,
That is 5.
okay, and then we have Pocket. That is a fail as well. So, from the effects of the spell, Null and Pocket are now banged. They have, until he loses concentration, you have a, whenever you make a saving throw or an attack roll, you must roll a d4 and subtract that number from the total roll.
Oh, that sucks. Oh.
Hmm.
And so he's going to sort of stand up, and he's not going to try and move away in order to not provoke an attack of opportunity from Null, so he'll just kind of stay in the space. And with that, we have... Who is this? Oh, Pocket's up next. Pocket is just gonna stand there. Wow. He like looks up at the floating thing in the air still, looks back down. Okay, and he just like swivels the cannon that he has on his head, and kind of spins around a little bit before he stops it with his hand and adjusts it with a very amount of quick finesse. And you hear a thunk thunk as he shoots like little brute shot missiles, like not brute shot. You know what the brute shot is from Halo 2?
Yeah.
And that's how it shoots, like a little thunk thunk. You know what I mean? That's gonna be a 20 to hit, but oh wait, minus a d4. Oh god.
Is this towards the baddies or is this towards the
Yeah.
structure?
Oh, sorry, I didn't clarify. Pocket is shooting at the professor. He rolled a 18, but rolled a 3, which makes it a 15, which misses. We're going to roll for the second attack. That's not good. The second attack misses a whole nother 2 feet in front of. God damn it! Everyone, be careful! And he just is going to basically use his movement to. If you guys are at 6 o'clock, he's going to move at 12 o'clock, just on the other side. Basically, just on the other side of the floating platform. The professor is up next. As she sort of stands up. Ah! You vile creature! How dare you! How dare you! And she just like flexes her finger, and you watch as it kind of bends unnaturally the other way as it course corrects. And she points it at you directly, Null, and is going to cast Disintegrate. Let me.
Oh fuck.
What the hell is that?
It's a very high level spell.
Okay. Disintegrate.
Oh shit.
That sounds bad. That doesn't sound
That
good.
sound, yeah, disintegration's like down to the atom, my god. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, very bad.
Oh, please.
Just 1k,
Sure,
like
still
one.
Disintegrate.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
DIC,
Nah, not C.
right? With this spell, if it takes you below 0, you don't make a death save, you just die.
Wait, sorry, what?
If you get dropped below 0 with disintegration, Ray, you just die. You don't get the save.
Damn.
Okay, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Null.
Oh god.
Thank God you have advantage.
But it also has a minus d4 to the roll.
Okay.
Because you are banged.
Let's see. Okay, and then a D4. That's a 16.
16 is unsuccessful, and you're
Okay.
going to take 10d6 plus 40 force damage.
Holy shit.
Hold on, I'm gonna roll that out real quick on Google.
Okay.
Shit. That is a powerful spell.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, Phil. I don't think we have enough flex tape for that.
Just my flex tape. Shut up. Midnight.
No. You get hit with a feeling of pain you've literally never experienced in your entire life. As you look down, you get hit with this thin beam. It almost looks like a laser light. It's really thin, almost the size of a straw, and it hits you, and it sort of tingles for a second, almost like what you would imagine gamma radiation might feel like. As you look down, and uncontrollably, half of your chest cavity turns to dust and falls on the ground. And you take 89 points of force damage.
Well, damn.
You have a hole in him now?
Yeah. No, hold. Sorry, hold on.
Oh shit.
That was painful. Not a hole, but like, imagine like a good chunk has just literally been erased from his abdominal cavity. And
So would that be
what?
would that be 44 damage half?
I forget. You're the totem of a raging bear.
Yeah, so I'm resistant to everything but
So
psychic.
that would be 44 halved.
Okay.
Good shit.
So I take 38 to my health because of the temp. Okay, so I'm almost half, I think.
Okay, and we have Fia on deck, but hold that thought. I mean, it's your turn. Hold that thought though. Yeah.
Man, what a battle so far.
This shit has been great.
We're not even through one round and Null's near half health.
Yeah, you got hit by a disintegration ray.
And
That's one
and
of the
that's
scariest
that's
spells in the
Null
game.
we're talking about.
That's
Yeah.
powerful. That's a powerful spell.
Yeah,
Well,
it
what
is.
level is Null though? Because like I have 151 health with Troxy.
He's level 8, so he's not like up there like
That's-
one level
okay.
more, but still that's still fuckloads of health.
How
Yeah,
much
you have to have like 100 and something health, don't you?
I have 127, and that was 89 like hit points. That even with 127, that's no sneeze.
Yeah, no,
Wait, I thought-
that was rough.
Yeah, even half that's still no sneeze. That's 44 damage.
So okay, so 120, 44. So
It's
you're
not
like at
half, but a huge chunk was taken out.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, still expect Null to be
Like
at half.
it's still that's still a lot of damage, even
that's
half
the
as
most-
a barbarian.
I think that's the most damage, even half, that any party member has taken at one time.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, that's accurate.
that instantly almost halved my health,
Let's hope there's no more than that.
and that's as a barbarian with rage.
I'm excited to see what Fia does. It's up to your low on initiative, but man,
My health is 64, guys, so I'm a
Okay,
little
hit by
scared.
We need the
Yeah.
firepower. This isn't the time to hold anything back. You're pulling everything out your ass on this one.
What'd you guys think of the tentacle surprise?
that's pretty cool. That's
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Badass.
I wasn't expecting that.
I am back.
This is perfect.
What now?
So we're just geeking out about what we're all doing. We're all so happy.
Let's see what it is. Okay, well, with all of that being done, Fia, you're being pelted by rain as several chaotic flashes of lightning are dancing in the sky like they're performing some sort of dance. I need you to decide. Zaphra looks to you and says, to go on, I can handle this, and flies off, and you now see them both clattering swords together, making literal sparks because of the force that are meeting the two blades together. What would you like to do?
My first move was to ask Zafriel if he can handle it, but he told me he can. So, first of all, I'm just gonna make a comment about how the rain, when it hits me, it sizzles because of my fire.
Cool.
Sure does. It sure
It
fucking
sure does. Wow, we.
And then I just have a quick meta question. Does necromancers, I'm assuming they're immune to necromancy magic, like necromantic damage?
Actually, not necessarily. I mean, there's a possibility he could be resistant, but like, but with your knowledge, you wouldn't think. That's not going to be an issue.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna cast Invocation. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I'm gonna twin spell it and cast it on both of them.
What's the range?
Range is 60, yes.
Okay, so you're roughly 85 feet in the air. You'll need to fly into the dome in order to get into range. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Do you want to fly your full movement to get there, or do you want to just get into range?
I just want to get into range. I'm too squishy.
That's fine. You look over to Zafriel, who in that amount of time has a second to look back to you, gives a head nod, you return the same, and with a fervor, Johnny, like Human Torch style, you watch as a bit of flame shoots out of your feet as you fly into the hole. Just getting into the top of the dome, just so they're within range, you now sit there as a magic wielder of fire floating above the city that you now see the denizens, who are like half abomination, are having a hard time not conjugating towards the action. They seem to be resisting a lot of it. You picked that up that much as you. What is this spell that you're casting?
Incantation.
What does
Not-
that do?
What?
What does that do?
Hold on. Target must take a dexterity saving throw. On a successful save, the target takes 2d8 necrotic damage and the spell ends. On a failed save, the target takes 4d8 necrotic damage, and until the spell ends, you can use your action on each of your turns to automatically deal 4d8 necrotic damage to the target.
Wow.
Wow.
On both of them? Oh, wait.
Okay. I'm gonna roll for Misfit first. Is it a dex save? Ooh, doesn't matter. That fails. That's a 9.
Yeah, it's a 19 save.
And Professor Hermione has advantage against magical effects for saves because of her spell resistance, and that's going to be a 22.
Okay, well,
So Misfit takes the full damage. She'll take half, and Misfit will be under the effects of your spell. Is this a concentration spell?
yeah, sorry, I can't do
Okay.
multiple things.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. In there.
So what is she casting?
Let me look it up. Hold on.
I'm not saying it right. It's enervation.
Hold on, I'll look it up. Yeah, enervation. A tendril of inky darkness reaches out from you, touching a creature you can see within range to drain life from it. The target must make a dex save on a successfully. Yeah, we know that part. Wow. Oh, you also forget to mention the most coolest part of this spell. Whenever a spell deals damage to the target, you regain hit points equal to half the amount.
I didn't see that part.
I
Damn,
would
nice
save
self-heal.
that.
Wow.
I would save that one.
I
Yeah,
think
that's a good
badass.
one.
Wow. It's expensive, guys.
Yeah.
So I rolled an 11 on one of the 2 d8s
Huh?
and 6 on the other. So we'll have
Well, since you rolled 11 first, Professor will take. Since you rolled 11 first, we'll have the Professor take 11. And then. The full amount to Misfit. So how much was that total?
so I had 11 for the first roll and the second roll was 6.
So 16 total, right?
I don't know if I rolled it right, but the spell is 2d8 damage.
Oh, and you rolled more damage on the next turn.
Well, no, because I twinned the spell.
Oh, I understand now. Okay, I get it now. Okay, I'm on board.
So one was 11 damage,
Gotcha.
and one was 6
gotcha.
damage.
Okay, I get it now, Mr. Krabs.
Mr. Krabs.
Um,
Riley, are you guys SpongeBob nerds?
a little
Yes.
bit.
Well, I wouldn't. I grew up watching SpongeBob, but he makes that joke all the time. So.
You guys are dorks, I love it.
Okay, alright. I got the damage calculated here. Would you like to do anything for a bonus action?
I don't have any bonus actions.
Okay. With Fia, with that done, there's now going to be a layer action. You see, as much as the will of the people is trying to fight it, they can't because they're not strong enough. They start to hear this psychic scream that comes out from Hermione's mind as a beg for help to fulfill their true purpose. And you watch as the lot of them begin to come in, and they are going to make their way, we'll say, from the citizens of the town. One citizen will come up and make a melee attack on Raiden, Anglus, and Null, and Pocket.
Damn.
Wait, what's going on?
The citizens that are nearly turned into abominations are being controlled psychically by Hermione, forcing them to come attack the people which are you.
Okay. Sorry, I was reading over my spells.
You're fine, let me roll for attacks. That's going to be a 7. They all come up to you and they hit you, but you can tell they're trying to resist because they know you guys are here to help. So they're like pulling their punches almost. With that being done, with the layer action, it's now the mob. The mob, as you look out, Troxy, in your tentacle form, you sort of like whip up as you're getting ready for the next wave of them to start coming. You haven't felt exhaustion yet, but you do start to wonder, when are you going to see the end of the line? Right as you're processing this thought, you get swarmed with a large amount of abominations that just come right out of the side of the mob, right into you, kind of like, almost like World War Z tackling themselves into you. So,
Hell yeah.
I'm going to
I just realized, sorry, I don't want to like interrupt, but I just realized I may have done that spell wrong, but you may have caught it. I'm not sure. So a successful save only takes 2d8. A failed save still takes the 4d8.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so you did that?
No, you need to roll more.
Okay.
Please.
So, Professor Hermione,
Hold that thought, hold on.
12 for extra for homeboy.
Okay.
Ooh.
the
Noted.
person who succeeds, wouldn't they still take the 48 just halved, not 2d8?
The spell is worded differently.
Oh,
The spell is worded on a failed save or on a successful save, target takes 2d8.
Oh.
On a failed save, target takes 48. And then it continues if they failed, but if they didn't, then the spell ends.
that's cool. I've just never seen that spell cast before.
Me neither.
That is awesome.
Okay, Troxy, we cut back to you getting sidelined with an awful amount of abominations just like literally killing themselves to try and like affect your form. They're going to go ahead and roll for an attack. That's going to be a 19.
That hits.
Okay. Roll please. I just rolled fucking 3 1s. You're gonna take a
Oh, cool.
total of 9 points of damage as you're bludgeoned from the side of you with a huge amount of mobs. When suddenly right as you sort of react to them, you're able to sort of wipe them off like yourself, like a car windshield with a windshield wiper. Right as you recover, the other side of the mob is able to get a good enough position where instead of trying to tackle you, they all just sort of like just start gnawing on you. And that's a 19 again, okay? We'll roll for damage. That's better. That's going to be a total of 17 bludgeoning damage.
And the first one was 9, so...
So a total of 26.
Who's taking damage?
Troxy.
Okay.
So right now... Oh, good.
I was just about to ask, how much health does your tentacle have?
60 health.
Okay, that's good to hear, because you're going to need it. That's all the mob can accomplish. It seems, as of right now, because of the threat level you're able to put forward in front of this mob, you have them at your heels for now.
Okay.
Raiden, you're up. Zafriel, you're on deck. Yes.
I am the
So-
danger.
As Hermione comes basically face to face with him, he just looks down and says, "Well, we finally meet again, Creator. It's so nice to finally meet you face to face."
You keep
As
saying this, Creator. Do you not remember as you go in for your attack?
He, as he then casts Hypnotic Pattern.
Oh fuck. I just want to warn you, really quickly. This will affect your teammates. This spell does not distinguish between foe or friend.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to let you know.
Okay, so he's going to cast Hypnotic Pattern.
Okay? I think, what's the radius of that? Because it might hit
A
everyone.
30-foot cube.
That hits everybody. What's the save? A charisma save?
It hits everyone, Anglus, Pocket, all of them?
Yeah, the whole group. You all are within a 30-foot cube.
Except Fia, she's.
Oh, except
she
for
should be-
Fia. She's 60 feet up in the air.
And I'm out.
Oh well,
Pretty
sorry. I when I meant everyone, I meant everyone. Okay. Specifically, it will affect Endless. It will affect Null. It will affect Pocket, Misfit, and the Professor.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And then I guess you won't cast it then.
That's dude. Hypnotic Pattern is a crazy spell, but it's a big.
Yeah,
downside.
yeah.
I have another meta question. I can only cast Careful Spell if I'm doing it, right? Like I can't cast it for him.
No, it's only your magic. That would be cool though.
Power of Friendship? Question mark?
No.
He's like, now you're pushing.
Come on. Alright. Instead I'll cast Hex on Hermione.
Okay.
And it doesn't have a saving throw, so I guess it just it hits.
You also get the ability to give her disadvantage on a particular ability check. Not saving throw, ability check.
Oh, an ability check.
Can I make a recommendation?
Sure.
I recommend Dex.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, it would need to be, like, a specific ability. I can reread the spell, but I believe it's like acrobatics or athletics.
Oh, that's right,
or,
that's right, you're right.
perception.
I'll do acrobatics.
Okay, I can respect that. You use your bonus action and make the connection with your hex. What would you like to do
Yep.
for your action?
And I'm casting that at second level.
On both of them?
Let's see, what does it do? Oh, I guess it doesn't do anything at the second level, huh?
Oh,
Well,
okay.
all it does is lengthen the time, so I'll just cast it at first.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to use my main action, Booming Blade.
There it is. I've been waiting to hear you say those words.
Yeah.
So, you charge up your gauntlet, activate the booming blade as you boom. Go ahead and roll for your attack.
Alright.
You sort of let a little bit of steam out from your elbow and the back of your calves to just give you a little bit of a oomph to give you a nice extra punch.
Mm-hmm. Can I use a fate point to add to the roll?
In like as far as damage or to hit?
To hit.
Yeah, you can convert your fate point into a +5.
Okay. Let's see, that is... $17.
17?
Yeah.
That just barely hits.
Okay. Good, no armor class at least. So... Let's see if I remember... So
Wait
she
a
take...
second. 17 to hit?
Yeah.
She's going to use her reaction to cast shield. Right as you are about to connect, boom, you watch as your hand nearly breaks the shield that gives the bump to her AC. It cracks slightly but maintains.
Mm-hmm.
Your punch does not connect.
Alright. That's it for my turn.
Spellcasters, man, they're fun. I never get to use
Yeah,
them.
dude. I'm just trying to remember if I got anything else, but no, that's it. That's my turn.
You can use a little bit of your movement if you like, because right now you're. Oh wait, you use your movement to go up to her to attack. So
That was at the beginning, but no, I don't move.
oh
I just keep staring her down.
so like you kind of go up to her to attack and then move back.
No, I'm staying like literally within a foot of her, like looking
I
at her.
understand now. So basically, it's Null. We have Endless Null and Raiden right up within melee range of Misfit and the Professor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just I needed a little
Yep.
With that being said, Zafir, you're up. Endless, you're on deck.
I would like to consume 2 of my fate points.
To do what?
I'm going to take Hendrickson by his neck.
I'll allow you to use one to cast a spell.
Okay, and I was going to use the other to do a free action to grapple him.
Sure, I'll allow it.
I grab Hendrickson by the neck as I look up to the sky and boom, like 50 feet up directly above the dome.
You grab him by the scruff of his neck, and with the veracity, again, it throws Hendrickson off. Like, Hendrickson came into this knowing what he was asking for, but not knowing what he would get in return. As you, with unnatural speed, without him a moment to go, like to react with your hand around his throat, you break the sonic barrier as you fly up into the air. What would you like to do?
As my rage starts consuming me, getting closer and closer to the lightning happening above, you see Zafriel's eyes just start to go completely white as smoke starts rising from them. As I look up to the heavens, I cast Shatter at 3rd level.
What save is that?
That is going to be a con save.
Ooh,
That's
what's his con save? I don't have. I'm not
Let
sure.
me pull it up. He has got a +2 to con.
Oof, poor Hendrickson. He's never been quite the healthy boy, has he? Well, +2 ain't
Yeah,
bad.
it's kind of like when the son pushes the dad and thinks he can take on the dad. That's basically what's happening here.
I rolled a natural 19 for a 21.
Okay. To seeing that he still contains willpower, as I
Oh,
call...
well, roll your damage first, my dude.
No, hold up.
Oh, okay.
As I see his will trying to resist my spell, I look at him in the eyes. Cord, assist me in this. And I use my channel divinity to maximize the damage.
Oh!
You slick prick.
Oh!
And that is going to be
You slick Rick. Get out of here.
That is going to be 32 damage, and then half would be 16.
Okay, you fly up into the air. As you are still strangling him within your grasp, both of you had the effects of the fly spell on, but with the amount of power you're holding him, he's not being held up by the effects of arcane flight. He's being held up by the strength of your forearm right now. As you start to squeeze, you cast the spell Shatter, and you watch as a part of his helm splits down the middle but doesn't break, and a piece of his his whole right pauldron blows off. Another part of his lower protective garments blow off. You see that a lot of his torso, much like yours, has been exposed. And right as you make the eye contact and say what you do, your heart pumps only once when you hear a huge strike of lightning as the literal god of war sends his wrath onto your opponent, and you sort of just absorb the excess electrical energy that would normally course through your body as it sort of invigorates you with the force, near sending his helm broken off in pieces, flying, and you see the panicked, anxious, worried little boy you found many years ago, except now with very, very pale white skin. Similar to the enemy you fought just a couple nights ago.
Everyone below, inside of the dome, you hear a deafening crack of energy, and it makes all of your eardrums kind of ring for a couple of seconds.
Roll a d20 real quick, just real quick. Something's cool about to happen.
19.
Okay, right as whoever is able to have a brief moment to look up to hear this deafening sound, you barely see two figures floating above the city, momentarily silhouetted with the form of light coming from a literal lightning bolt. As this shatter rings, you watch the hole that was made crumbles in another 10 feet all around because of the divine force that was displayed above the city. And now what was a 20-foot wide hole is like a 30-ish foot wide hole in the top of the city.
I end my turn there.
Endless, you're up.
Okay, how close is Mezvik?
Within 5 feet of you.
Okay, perfect.
As well as the professor. They're both within 5 feet.
So, I have a question.
Please.
If a spell says at will, does that mean it takes up a spell slot?
No, it doesn't. If it's at will, you can do it at will.
Okay. I cast haste.
Okay. With your ring?
Yes.
Okay.
And anybody who can see me, you see as I'm holding up my hand with the ring on it, and it glows green, and then you see the green go through the veins of my skin,
Cool.
all the way through my body, as I look at Mezvik and say, "This will be the last time you and I encounter." I then want to command Jeffrey to flank behind him.
He does so. He kind of crawls just off the side of you, and instead of going all the way around Misfit, decides to go on Misfit and use him to pivot around his own body.
I am going to have Jeffrey attack.
Please roll for an attack.
That's bad. So that
Whoa,
would be...
hold on. If he's flanking, you technically get advantage. Jeffrey gets advantage because you're both flanking him.
Awesome. I like that news.
This is the first time
yeah. Does a Let's see. So that was a plus.
Man, that was helpful.
Right.
Hey, is this Jeffrey's first time fighting?
Jeffrey's participated in combat a couple of times.
Has he?
First time I remember him fighting,
But
actually.
He has a couple of times, for sure.
Does
Okay.
a 26 hit?
Yeah, that hits. Please roll for damage.
You have to pull up all this stuff.
Before your blade meets contact with your target, you're nearly blinded with the amount of power and inspiration you feel in this moment to defeat Misfit. But in that moment of you swinging your blade, it kind of goes slow-mo, and you just replay the events right up leading to the death of your brother, with Misfit's laughter haunting your memory as you hear the sound of your sword breaking the flesh of your target.
Jeffrey's attacking right now.
My bad. Same thing.
Jeffrey does 9 damage.
Okay, noted.
And then I'm gonna, in that instant, draw my longsword and attack as well.
Please make an attack, but advantage because you're flanking with Jeffrey.
25.
That fucking hits.
Damage is going to be 15 damage on that one.
Nice. Okay. Is
And
that
then-
with your bonus, with your hunter's mark?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I have, because of haste, I get another attack.
You sure do, my boy.
$15
To hit?
to hit.
That hits. Please roll for damage. This guy is a little squishy. He's not. He's just wearing ropes.
You know, with some
9 damage on that one.
the Null doing the power drop reminded me of Naruto when Sasuke dropped Naruto's head into the ground.
That's what I was literally thinking of. Like it's in the games they call it the Falcon drop.
The Falcon drop, yep.
And yeah, that's what I was thinking about the whole time.
Man. Yeah.
Okay, as Jeffrey sort of like lunges and sinks his fangs into the like lower backside of Misfit, it doesn't seem to bother him too much. But what does is the slash that you now make on his front torso, nearly destroying most of his robes. They're only hanging on because of where they're tied to on his body. As he looks at you, maybe I have second guessed, but I will show you, boy, that it is best suited for you in the afterlife.
Says, bring it, old man.
Fuck yeah.
Bring it, bitch.
It's Hendrickson's turn. Troxy's on deck.
Mama ain't raised no bitch.
Hendrickson struggles as he looks up to you, unable to like break the grapple. He's just choosing to not break it at the moment, and he grabs up his main sword arm and his left arm hanging down to his side, and he looks up onto your face. Samuel, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And you see this. Please roll an insight check for me.
Break his fucking neck, man. Just.
9.
You are too succumbed by your oath of vengeance right now to hear what Hendrickson has to say. It goes over deaf ears. As you watch, his eyes begin to roll in the back of his head. And he's just sitting there. And as he, he puts his head down and opens his eyes wide. And with a sudden surge of fight or flight, he chooses fight and tries to... he doesn't want to use his action to break the grapple. You know what? Make a dex save and put a -2 on it because he's casting Dark Volley on you. Short range. Just, you know what I mean? -2 just comes because of the point blank.
I have a -2 on my roll.
Yeah, just because he's shooting at
Oh,
point
I
blank.
see. I see. I have advantage on this because I'm raging. Okay, well, with the -2, that's a 21 with a natural 20.
So, you watch as this sudden amount of like strength, like, no, I'm not dying. He shoots his hand out and like just puts it on your chest, and like you can feel like maybe not quite his arm length isn't as much as yours, so it doesn't quite reach your chest, but you can feel this like. Your chest is just pelted with necrotic energy that is literally bouncing off of you as if you were a shield protecting yourself from the breath of a dragon's dragon's fire, god damn it, and it just gleams right off of you, and you only take 8 points of necrotic damage total.
Zafriel's stance and glance does not change.
And it's just Hendrickson at this point when he realizes that doesn't work. No! And he just starts like scraping at your hand, just like trying to breathe, but he's struggling because you're strangling him. That's his turn. Troxy, you're up.
Troxy is gonna use her constrict ability to grab the biggest piece of land that she can grab, pick it up, and then just fucking throw it as hard as she can down at the mass.
Please roll a strength check with advantage. Or athletics. We'll call it athletics, because why not?
Full beams. That is a... sorry, 1 second. That's an 18.
18? For damage?
Yep. No,
So-
for strength check.
Oh, for strength
well,
check. Sorry. Yeah, you grip your... You put the point of your tentacle into the ground, so it's almost like a U shape, and it burrows in a very, like, uncomfortable way. It just kind of, like, tentacles its way into the space, you know, and just kind of wiggles, waddles, until suddenly the earth starts to split because of the amount of body that's being shoved into there. And once you're able to kind of make a full loop around, you pull out this boulder. The boulder takes up most of your form. Most of your form is curled around it. There's like maybe 6 feet of you that's still standing. As you unfurl it, you send it out like a fucking catapult, and it just 40 feet away. You just see like 50 bodies suddenly get flung in the air, and this now huge ring of danger has been sensed, and the mob has started to split a little bit. You just did a pretty big fucking chunk.
She just lets a loud screech of bloodlust.
With that being said, Null, your turn. And
Oh.
then Misfit is on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I actually wanted to use to see, since I'm not moving, could I use an intimidation check to taunt?
Yeah, I'll allow it. Roll an intimidation check. Roll it with advantage too.
Cool beans. I want to taunt them with them all on me.
If you can roll a 13 or higher, you're going to keep their attention.
And a 16, baby.
Perfect. So, as you sort of like sit there and flex, as you flex, a series of veins that weren't visible before now pop out, and you just sort of quiver in the space, and the abominations just fucking eat that shit up, and they just start going towards you like a Black Friday sale.
Fantastic.
Null, you're up, and Misfit is on deck.
Alright, so without missing a beat, Null, also seeing what, seeing Inglis pretty much taking care of the other one, decides to help Raiden and just flanks around behind Hermione, so opposite of Raiden, so that they can like double beat down kind of style.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go for it.
And he just he goes at her with his +3 longsword.
Oh boy. So you're flanking, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so roll these attacks at advantage.
All right.
You can make them reckless if you want a +2 on top of it.
He's fine. Does 28 hit?
28 hits, yes. Because her shield is technically still up for this round, but that totally beats the AC, so as you go in for the strike, the shield pops up because it persists, but the cracks that Raiden made in before, you totally push through it and are able to connect. Please roll for damage.
Okay. That is 10 damage.
Okay.
12 because raging. I forgot.
Alright. Next attack?
Yep. He is going to just do the same again. That is 26 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Nice. That is 9 damage.
Okay, noted.
And I think that's it. Yep, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Now, Misfit, as he stands there looking at you, Endless, dead in the eyes, he looks up, now noticing the fiery witch who has entered the scene. This is a little more than what you promised, Hermione! As he sort of takes a couple steps back, and you know what? He's just going to take a page right out of Hermione's book. As he looks at you, Endless, I will end you! As he points his finger at you, a similar thin green beam gets shot out right towards you. Please roll a dexterity saving throw. Oh, actually, it was Khan, if I remember, actually.
Oh man. Use a fate point. Use a fate point. Oh god.
Use a fate point.
If she one-shots you, you're toast.
How do I use a fate point? Because that was an 8.
If you use a fate point, I'll allow you to have advantage on your saving throw. Or a
Okay.
+5, whatever you want.
English, don't die!
Take advantage.
Oh,
and
you
that-
could roll one. +5 might help you.
+5
Oh,
wasn't
no.
gonna help because it was a 10. It wouldn't have helped much.
So your total is 10?
Wait. Hold up. What does this say? What does this say? So, I already had advantage on dexterity saving throws because of haste. So if I use a fate point, how would we use that?
You
Okay,
take the
so-
+5 and that's-
Okay, basically, I would allow, if you use your fate point to get the advantage, so technically, if advantage stacks, it goes advantage, and then the next advantage just turns into a +2. So you can add a +2 to your roll.
Okay, so I got a 12.
And that's not quite enough, Evans. What?
Shit.
Well, so he could decide to either take advantage or +5. In addition to that, it's +2 because of the stacked advantage. Does that make sense?
Well, the stack advantage only would have happened if he would have chosen advantage as his option versus the +5
So,
because he
yeah,
already
so
has
where-
advantage.
Where I already have advantage because of haste, my advantage would have landed on 10. So can we would we just add the +5 to that 10 then instead of stacking advantage?
Oh yeah, that's fine too.
So then it would be a 15.
Oh man, dude, you're literally 1 point off from the save of 6. Death saves of 16.
Wow.
Let me go ahead and roll this damage real quick.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. I only have 71 health.
Oh shit!
Okay, hold
And,
on.
and 11 temporary hit points. Where did I get those from?
From
You're good at inspiring leader.
Oh, that's right.
Zap.
Okay.
Mhm.
Watch English just get zapped. It's like,
So I have 82 hit points.
Thanos.
Can I spend a fate point to do a power of friendship thing?
I gotta let this connect. I gotta let it connect. I would have allowed it if you jumped in a little bit sooner. I already rolled the damage. You take 31 plus. You take 71 points of force damage.
Holy shit! You, if you didn't have those tents, you would have died. Outright.
Right as your body is struck, literally your whole form and what you know yourself to be at a molecular level literally starts to disintegrate and turn to dust before you, and it's not but the saving words of the speech Zafriel gave earlier ringing through your heads, keeping you on the plane in this moment of time as you stand strong, but barely. How many hit points do you have left?
I have 11.
Yeah, you're looking
Yeah.
pretty rough. Okay,
You dealt pretty much exact damage to kill him.
that's his
Yeah.
highest level spell, man. That's the biggest gun he has.
Like, you know the old school Doom games where when, like, your health is low and your little face is all, like, bludgeoned and bloody? That's what I look like.
he's just like, oh, we're doing that right now. Okay. I know I said bring it. I didn't mean this.
Yeah,
I don't mean this even as a joke. You literally probably don't have a face anymore because it's disintegrated. Your skin with that much damage is probably 90% gone.
Yeah,
The
no,
mask.
I don't. The mask is what's
The
really
mask,
keeping
like-
it all together.
Up
You're
against his
just,
pocket,
I'm just like,
and
Oh.
he looks over at you, Endless. Oh, buddy, you're looking a little rough. Here, and he's going to use his action to administer a greater healing potion to automatically heal you. What's 24 hit points.
fuck it. You're always my friend in need.
Hey, anytime, buddy. I'm glad you're here.
My hero.
I made it with my homebrew. You're welcome.
He just takes the glass once you're done drinking it. He kind of like, it was one of those situations where he could have just gave it to you to drink, but he's like helping you drink it when you're like clearly able to still do it for yourself. So it's just kind of this weird amount of force of liquid going down your throat. But you heal up. Some of your skin even like slightly regenerates. It's still like, you know, dematerialized in some spots, but it's there. That will be his turn though. Well, actually, yeah, since you guys are kind of crowding all these two, he's going to stay in the fray. Pocket is gone. Professor's up. Fia's on deck. As the professor is looking around, oh goodness, time is running out, everybody. I need to get started. And she just raises her hands up in the air once more in a similar pose that she did when she first came down. And right as she does that, you start to hear undertones, like double speak almost, coming out of her mouth. It sounds like gibberish, but amongst the gibberish, you can hear a clear line of words in Celestial that are speaking of resurrection and afterlife. But it's woven in such a way where it just kind of sounds like a lot of sound, and she sort of lifts off the ground like 2 or 3 feet, and suddenly a third of the population drops dead, and their soul-like energy comes from their abomination-like bodies and goes to gather in the center of the space, kind of where you guys are all fighting, and it all creates this sort of like astral looking whitish blue ball of spiritual force that is maybe the size of a large beach ball that you might find at a concert. It's this large undulating thing, and that's all you guys know what happens so far. That's what she does for her turn. Fia, you're up, and then the mob is on deck.
What happened to the music?
I can still hear it, can you not?
I can hear it.
I can hear it.
Okay, it's just me.
Try bouncing out real quick.
I can switch it up.
Oh, I got it. I know what you know. I got it.
Okay, I have a few questions before I can start my turn.
Please.
First of all, can I use my fate point to transfer it into sorcery points, and how many? If so.
I'll give you 3 sorcery points for a fate point.
Okay. And then how rough is homeboy looking?
He's not bloodied yet. He hasn't reached half health.
Okay, and Anglus, where are you at? Well, health-wise, sorry.
I'm at 35.
You
Can't hear you.
I pushed the wrong button. I want to spend a fate point to get sorcery points.
done?
I'm gonna cast a healing potion on, or not healing, a healing spell on Anglus.
What
I
spell
don't-
would you like to cast?
I don't know yet.
I like the growing stack of white claws you have going on back there.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just having a good time.
Hey, I can say cheers to that, my friend.
Oh, that's what I knew. I was
Right.
a little notable.
Scream.
Is any of my fire ones that I can use as healing?
Claire, we're on stream.
What? Sorry.
Are any of
Oh,
the
wait.
fire ones that I can use as healing?
The fire spells, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Fireball as cold on Anglus.
Well, if you use Fireball, you'll technically be able to heal everybody within the range of your Fireball, which is literally everybody.
Yes, yes. Well, that's what I'll do, but it's gonna be focused on Anglus.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Angus is just like looks up and sees her casting bomb.
Wait, we're getting hit by fireball?
Technically, we'll spin it around. It's gonna be cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's as a healing side.
Can I still
so-
absorb it as an element?
No.
Oh.
No, only because of what she's about to do.
Ah, gotcha.
So that's gonna be 8d6.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage. Now, for those who are...
Oh wait, before I cast it,
I'm using a sorcery point to cast it as a bonus action, so I can still do something else.
Cool. She's also expending another sorcery point to convert this damage into healing. What?
is that another spell?
Yeah.
Hold on, everybody. Let me make sure I have enough sorcery points.
I was about to say, how many do you have?
Well, I just got more from doing my fate points, but I only had
Oh.
2 until I did that, so I have 5.
Okay.
Endless, you look up and you see your fiery witch friend look down at you from 60 feet in the air as she like slams her hands together and sort of pulls them apart, and you watch as she sort of like expands out this ball of plasma like energy, and then it all condenses down into the size of a marble and gets slung out, and you hear the whistling sound of like a firework slinging through the air, and halfway through you watch as a manipulation of the magic happens, and that red instead turns into this like icy fiery blue color as it explodes with this unnatural amount of cold heat. It's an odd sensation. Everybody in that radius is going to heal
33.
half of that, so 16.
You should call that spell Icy Hot Ball.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
before it comes
Nice
down
shot.
and like before it comes down and strikes, you see Anglers just like leap into the air and goes, "I've got it."
Yeah, and so the marble-sized fireball spell would have made contact with the ground, but instead your leaping body kind of absorbed the most of it as it blows off, and everybody, Null, Raiden, and Endless heal up 16 points.
Are the villains healed too?
No.
Okay, cool.
Does that do anything if we're at max or just nothing?
No.
Cool.
That was fucking badass. Would you like to
Yeah.
use your movement, Sophia?
Well, I used that as a bonus action with
Oh,
another
alright.
sorcery point.
Please, what would you like to do as your action?
Well, I had a plan, but now I didn't realize I had to use sorcery points to do that as cold. But how long does fly last? Can I still keep flying, or do I need to cast
It
it again?
lasts for 10 minutes, and we'll say you casted it right before combat, so it's likely, unless if you break concentration, you might have the ability to fly this whole combat.
Okay. Well then, I'm gonna cast Hold Person at 5th level on Hermione.
I will say though, Hold Person is a concentration spell, so
Oh.
if you cast another concentration spell, flight drops.
She almost
Alright.
got it. It's like, oh. She's all like, just kill it, just kill it. Just kill it.
I'm just so squishy, guys. Like, I'm scared to get on the ground.
The moment you sit on the ground, Wolf can just look at you, and she's like, this is
Hey
fine.
man, just do what you gotta do, man.
Scorching Ray wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah. Just do
Or
whatever.
I mean
you
a firebolt rather. Yeah, or I don't know, what do you like you could use your action.
Well, I'm just having a hard time because she's gonna be, have advantage against my spells. But I can try, the fireball one again. Just not the healing version. Oh, wait a second though, that will heal everyone unless I use another sorcery point. Being a spellcaster is
Actually,
hard.
You know what? Well, I'm gonna rule this for now. If you spend a sorcery point to make it so your fire spells heal this turn, the rest of your turn, your fire spells will only heal, not do damage. Until your next turn, until you like spend another sorcery point to be able to heal again and not just
Yeah.
do damage.
I agree with
So right now you're in icy hot mode.
Yeah, you're in icy hot mode for sure.
Great. Alright, so that leaves my spells limited.
You could toss another heal to Endless.
Is polymorph also concentration?
Yes.
Freaking A.
Hmm.
It's
She's
a
like,
solid
oh,
choice
my-
of a spell, though. I mean, that could take someone out of the fight. But would also take away your flight and Zaphril's.
Yeah, Zapril's in the middle of something right now. I can't. Shoot, guys. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Fia,
You're good.
time is going to start ticking, and you might lose some of it if not a decision is made. Did you say that?
Man, I couldn't imagine if we had a fight that ended differently. We'll be honest here.
Could you not
Like,
do
If you
Scorching
want, you can
Ray?
cast Scorching Ray on
It will
enemies.
heal.
Oh, anything fire, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's in icy hot mode.
I just thought
only at
fireball,
35.
okay.
Oh,
Hard.
Less than half.
you can use your action to activate Homeboy's curse thing.
What?
I can use it to do what? Say it again, sorry.
You put the thing on Miskit.
Oh, yeah!
So use your action to activate that again.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
it happens again after I end my turn anyway. He gets hit again, 48, after I end my turn every time.
Oh, right. I'm just saying you can use your action to do that once more.
So I can do it twice this turn?
Doesn't
Oh,
the
you're just
wording
meaning
of the
cast-
spell, like, say that you can use an action to make him take 48 again because he failed to save?
I'm checking.
Well, so, like, the spell isn't, like, it keeps going throughout battle. So every time I end my turn,
Oh,
he's gonna
shit.
take 4d8 damage.
That I just realized enervation is a concentration spell.
Freaking A.
Oh shit.
Hold
Yeah.
on, hold on. I can make this work. Do you have any fate points left?
Yes, I have 2.
If you spend a fate point, I'll allow this to continue.
Okay, I'll spend a fate point.
Okay.
All of our spells are concentrated.
Gosh dang it, guys! There's only so much to do.
It's alright, boss fights. Boss fights are tough.
Alright, so then, can I just pretend I didn't use a sorcery point to put that as a bonus action? Because I can't cast anything else.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Alright, and then we'll just do 4d8 on Homeboy again, because my turn ends. He takes that again.
Okay.
That's okay, you still did a lot on this turn, despite
Hell
not-
yeah.
Yeah.
You icy hot everybody. Everybody. I feel like when she does it, her skin should feel like blue. Like kind of like a blue tone. Every time she goes in icy hot.
Right. Yeah, like her eyes kind of go blue, and her she gets like a bluish glow and everything. Yeah.
Instead of fire red, it's the icy blue. Like, I don't know if you guys play Minecraft, like us nerds, but like the blue fire, the soul fire.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. I love it.
Yes.
But 19 damage on Homeboy.
Okay, and you heal half of that, so you heal. We'll call it 9 points of health.
I think she's max right now.
Well, she would if she could.
If the wounds were there, they wouldn't be anymore. Okay.
Miss Tiff is, excuse me. Miss Kit is now at half health. He's in the bloodied range. Professor Hermione's looking like she's been touched a little bit, but she's pretty solid. With that being said, the mob now racking towards you once more is going to try and do its best to take down this fucking obstacle in their way. With the first attack going to be... Oh, that's a fucking 10. That doesn't hit. Or does it?
Are there bonuses or is it just 10?
It's just 10. That's it.
It's 12. Remember, with that.
Oh, okay, next attack. Hey, that's a natural 19. That definitely hits. So we're going to go ahead and roll some damage. Alright. Okay, not bad. Not bad. 20 points of bludgeoning damage. As the mob, the side of the mob that decided to start gnawing on you last round, is continuing to gnaw on you, and at this point they've taken out chunks of flesh out from the base of your root, if you will.
She knows how to scream.
As much as you can as a tentacle, you sort of like whip out and stretch and flex. It's, what hit points you at?
16.
Oh boy. Okay, alright. With that being said, Raiden, you're up. Zafril, you're on deck.
Alright. With the flanking thing, does Raiden also get advantage?
Yes. Who would you be flanking, the professor?
Well, with Null flanking.
Right, but you're flanking the professor.
Yeah.
At this point, we're going to say it's technically not flanking anymore because she is 5 feet above you. She's still within your range, but no, you're no longer able to get that flanking bonus because there's no immediate danger on either side of her because she's sort of floating up in floating up the air, maintaining concentration on whatever spell she's casting right now.
Okay. Then he'll just hit her with Booming Blade.
You bet your bottom dollar. Let's fucking see that damage, boy.
That is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Fuck yeah. So she takes 2d8 thunder plus 6.
Okay.
Where are my 8s? There they are. Nice. Rolled 2 7s. Lucky numbers. So that is 14 plus 6.
20.
Which is 20. Yeah, 20. And that's it.
Okay, so she's going to roll a concentration check, DC of 10, to try and see if she can break that. And that's a 27. She maintains concentration on her spell, but does take the damage indeed.
Okay. Oh, she also gets hit by Hex, which is on her.
Oh yeah, go ahead and roll for that d6.
Yep. That's 6.
That was the number you needed to get her on half health now. She is also considered bloodied.
Nice. And then bonus action, Poddington's just gonna like clink, 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 clink out.
Just a tap
Yep.
the lid on the top of his head.
And he just kind of does a bow with the lid like a top hat as he then, as he does that, like a little boop, orb just kind of shoots out at her, of just magical energy.
Sure.
And I'm trying to remember what the damage is on that real quick. 1d4 plus 2 if it hits. That is 15 plus 8.
That hits. I'm like 15 misses, but plus 8 that hits.
Okay, and that's a 1d4 plus 2. Never mind, that is a 1d4 plus 6, because I add my proficiency to
nice.
my homunculus.
Nice.
That is 9 damage.
Okay, noted.
And that's it.
Zafril, you're up. Endless, you're on deck.
I have some questions before I make my decision here.
Please.
How far away is Professor Hermione to Ms. Kit?
She's within like melee range. They're all kind of bunched up right now. Basically, they're all bunched up. Professor Hermione said, "Fuck this! I have things to do," and started just casting her spell.
Is she making any verbal incantations?
She at first when she initially started making this casting spell, there was an incantation. Yes.
No, I mean, like, is she continuing to do it now?
Yes, she's continuing to cast the spell.
Second question: can I use a fate point to double my movement speed? I have 2 remaining, if 2 will be necessary.
To escape from Hendrickson?
To get to the ground.
Hendrickson really wants to fight you, so I'll allow you to spend a fate point to double your movement if Hendrickson is allowed to follow on your tail.
Sure.
Okay, then I'll allow it.
If he can catch up.
Oh shit!
It'll take him 2 turns to get to where I'm getting.
Sassy Zaff.
Okay.
This just reminds me of the son putting stuff to a dad, and dad's like, "Man, you have no fucking idea."
I look at Hendrickson as I release my grip as we both just float there.
You said I wasn't strong enough. Look at me, Zafril. Look at this. And he just looks at he just pulls like some of his own curly hair out, and he just looks pale white like that abomination you fought the other night. Isn't this what you wanted?
You look weaker. If you survive today, you may gain Court's favor again, but you will never get my forgiveness. As I bolt down to the ground.
You just see all the life leave Hendrickson's eyes.
And I dip down. I know I can't like connect to the ground, like because I think I'm above 120 feet.
Yeah, you are.
So I use 100 feet of my movement to dive bomb into the shell. As I like halt, like immediately stop my momentum as I cast silence.
You're literally right, like you're within 10 feet of Fia now, both flying in the air, roughly in the same spot. You cast silence. What's the range?
120 feet. I cast silence on Professor Hermione and Ms. Kit.
Wait, how far away are you from Ms. Kit right now? You said you're 50 feet up?
Okay, so I'm Zafriel started his turn 50 feet above the dome. uses 100 feet to get almost to the ground. And Silence has a 20-foot radius.
Hold on, something might be happening.
You've activated my trap card. This is the jar of silencing.
What spell level is silence?
Second level spell.
You see, right as you fly down, you come in with the energy of no more as you send your palm down with the voice of Cord silencing those in front of you. When you hear motherfucker, and you look as Mistiff uses his reaction to cast counterspell.
Fuck. Hold on.
She's like, not on your left.
Hendrickson can take an attack of opportunity as well if he wants it.
The moment he would have used to use that attack of opportunity, he used to move to chase after you because of the fate point.
Okay. Alright, well then I use my bonus action to go into another rage. I had to leave my rage to cast that.
Okay. You look down and the snakiness of Mistiff's response is enough to enrage you, and it just sends you right back into the rage you were just in. Endless, you're on deck. Hendrickson is up next. Excuse me. Endless, you're up. Hendrickson is on deck.
English. Ingy poo.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh lord.
So basically, both of the opponents in front of you are bloodied. The professor is currently 5 feet in the air, floating, casting some sort of spell that's collecting the souls of the people who live here. And you have Miss Kit right next to you, who just got done shutting down Zafriel's spell, which you now see Zafriel has joined the fray with Fia, and they're both roughly 50 to 60 feet up in the air.
How bad is Miskit looking?
He's about half health.
Quick question, sorry. Did the layer get to go last turn?
It didn't, but I'll just do a little something extra this time, because I forgot.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me.
So
It's going to be endless. There's a lot of shit going down, and there's not a lot of time to react.
I want to do something, but I'm gonna need help with it from the DM.
By all means.
Okay, I would like to conjure animals.
Okay.
I can conjure up to 4 1/2 animals.
Okay.
But we're all gonna be around Mezkit.
Okay.
So with me in front and Jeffrey behind, 2 on each side of him, he's going to see coming up from the ground these fey crocodiles that look like they're undead crocodiles. Some of them are just like
Cool.
falling apart.
You
And I
bet
say
your
to
ass
him,
they are.
it may not be an army of the undead, but they will do.
He just scoffs. So by I think they now join initiative, which I will
Yes,
roll
they-
right now.
Yes, it says that they join initiative.
Okay, so they're going to be right after Fia and right before the mob. Fuck yeah, dude. So there's 2 of them, you say?
4.
4?
Yes.
Fucking hell. Okay. So yeah, they're Mistit is like literally surrounded. There's no way for him to move out of this positioning without him getting attacked by something.
He's like, shit. About that.
Did you want to stay in place?
What?
Did you want to stay where you're at?
Yes, I'm gonna stay where I'm at. Jeffrey is gonna attack again.
Okay.
Well, we decided on rail dice for this one.
Sorry,
What
I'm
did
going
I
dark
do?
for the rest of the session.
It's all good.
Going dark.
My love, can you grab the cush,
So
Oh, is Tuck leaving?
please? No, he's just turning the lights off for now.
25
okay.
hit.
Yes, 25 hits.
Yeah, I don't have AC in this room. I'm freaking sweating my ass off.
I'm sweating my ass off too right now. You can see my forehead glistening.
Glisten.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No, he's just turning
So
his
he
lights
deals 9 damage.
off. Can you grab some more cush for the thing? 9 damage, okay.
And then I'm going to take another attack with my longsword.
Actually, you won't be able to because you used your action to,
I still have
Catches.
haste.
Oh, that's right! Please make your attack. It's at advantage because he's being flanked.
$28.
That fucking hits. Please roll damage.
Does that do double damage on crits?
Did you roll a crit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, so I've handled this 2 different ways. I kind of just depend on however you want to roll it. You can either roll just the normal amount of dice you have and then times that, or roll double the amount of dice. But don't add your modifiers from like dexterity or anything like that to the damage. Basically you double. How do you want to do it?
Just double the dice.
Okay, so yeah. So go ahead and roll a d6 for your hunter's mark and a weapon damage dice. And then that total, you'll times it by 2, and then add your dex mod on top of that, and that's the total roll.
Okay, so you take that total number and times it by 2?
Yes. And then add your dex on top of it.
It's 30 damage, my dude.
Wow. Please describe this crit, because it sends him down pretty far health-wise.
You see, as I take my sword and I swing upwards and kind of do like a flourishing and come down and cut him right across the chest.
Fuck yeah, dude. And he, hold on. Sorry, I got pizza in my mouth.
That's what she said.
Lucky bastard.
Okay, right as you slash across the gut, it immediately affects him in a negative way, because you see him almost immediately grab what you assume to be his lower intestines and sort of like shove them back up inside himself so they won't hang out. He is currently breathing very hard and kind of I will not expire. And he's just really having a hard time hanging on there. With that, we're going to go to Hendrickson. Hendrickson uses his movement to now crest inside of the dome. Zafriel! You will not run from me! As he sends out another dark volley. Can you make a dex save, please?
Does this count as an attack?
It's a spell save.
Okay.
It's a dex save, sorry.
The save is 13.
Okay, hold please. You take 23 points of necrotic damage as several hot, softball-sized, like, balls of dark energy get flung your way in a shotgun-like manner, pelting you. Boof, 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 boof. You will not run! We... Gah! Hendrickson has lost it. You get the feeling the last words you left him has literally broke him, and now he's just let go to whatever he's experiencing. With that being said, it's now Troxy's turn with Null on deck.
Troxy's gonna lean back at an angle to gain momentum, and she'll sweep low to the ground, like 2 feet away from the ground to build up momentum. And she's going to slam into the side of him and send them all, as many as she can, up diagonally as far up as she can.
Fuck yeah. Again, just roll damage. You don't need to hit. There's so many to hit.
There's so many to hit.
Depending on the amount, if you can reach a 20 damage barrier of whatever, if you can reach more than that, a significant amount of the mob will depreciate.
Okay. I didn't get that, sadly.
That's okay.
I got
14?
Yeah.
As you are striking one by one, as you're literally taking on thousands of enemies at a single amount of time. It's crazy. In the moment, you don't even have enough time to become aware of that fact because of how much in it you are. And it's in that moment that, like, you start to see the last bit of abominations curl over that hill where they've been coming from this whole time. The end is in with sight. The only question now, Troxy, is will you have enough to hold them off?
Find out.
The professor's turn. Oh, sorry, Pocket's turn. He's going to take his action. Ooh, boy, he's going to use his bonus action to disengage. And as he's running back, he's going to lob 2 shots at Miss Kit. Oh my god. Okay, that's a miss. Okay, finally, that's a fucking 24. Let's see here. That's going to be 11 points of fire damage as a blob of, like, molten iron. It almost mimics lava, just kind of out of the gun and splatters right across the chest, right where you got done cutting him, and in a strange way cauterizes the wound that was letting his intestines fall out, and he just kind of he is looking rough now. He's not looking good. With Pocket done, it's the professor's turn. She's going to continue her concentration on the spell, and once more, Gah! She just yells out, and it screams and echoes a little bit, and right as that happened, another third of the population falls flat, and their souls float up in the air and gather into the center of town. What was then a size of the beach ball, this ball of soul-like energy is now maybe the size of a small sofa. It's quite large in diameter, and there's, like, if you take a moment to empathize with the scene, you can hear individual voices screaming outside of this ball as if it's like a prison they're being contained in. That's her turn. Okay. Fia, you're up, and then it's the crocodile's turn after that.
How far up from the ground is Zafriel?
50 feet, and you're 60 feet. You're 10 feet apart.
I can't quit casting fly until Zafriel's in a safe place for me to drop it.
You can drop it. We'll be fine. I haven't I haven't even lost maximum hit points yet.
Zephyr's like, don't worry, I can take
I
it.
want to cast Hold Person on Hermione.
I think you should do that if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast it at level 5, and we're both gonna drop by Zafril.
If you cast it at, I think level, because isn't it a level 3 spell? If you cast it at level 4, you can cast it on 2 targets. Casting it at level 5 would be able to make you to cast it on 3 targets. So if you want, you can save a 5th level spell slot.
Oh, I thought it had to be a certain level in order to, like, actually. That's why I was casting
No.
it that high.
I announced it before, and I think you should still do this, because it would be a killer move. But just know she has advantage against your saving throw, just because that's just how it is.
Well, even if she doesn't pass it, like, even taking one of these guys out of the fight is going to be super handy.
That's true.
I would recommend flying a little bit down first, because, you know, the squishy situation.
That's true. I'm gonna be on, like, if there's a building I can be on top of
There
and
is.
still be within range,
In
that's
fact,
where I'll go.
Exactly. There is a tavern that still stands in the middle of town that's maybe 40 feet away from where most of the action is going on.
So instead of using it to cast it on 2 people, can I use it to cast it on Homegirl twice? Like if I do it at 4th level, can I, like, try to hit her twice with it? I don't know.
Not quite, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll cast it at level 4 then and try to get her and I
Miskit?
forget his name. Yeah, Misk.
Okay. That, I hope this works. What's your spell? What's the spell save DC?
19.
Oh, boy.
Wisdom.
Wisdom? Okay, I'll roll the professor first. I'll roll it in front of you, so you can see. So she has a +6 to her wisdom, with advantage. (13 + 6) 19. 19. That just barely beats it. The professor does not get affected by the spell, but now I'll roll for Miskit. Oh fuck. Oh shit, that's a natural 1. Miskit fails your spell and suddenly locks up, unable to move.
Oh, shit.
With that, Crocodile's turn. You're muted, my friend.
We do the crocodiles.
What's that?
How do we do the crocodiles? Like, what do I roll for that?
Okay, let's give them a +4 to hit, and they have advantage. So go ahead and
Okay.
make 4 attacks basically at advantage with a +4, and tell me how many hit.
So I have an 18.
That hit? Wait, who? Yes, that hits. Oh, yes, that hits. That hits.
I have a 14.
That
They
misses.
have double advantage, so that's another +2.
Oh,
by the
+2
way.
on top of that, which makes it a 16, which then
Yeah.
makes it a hit.
Yeah, because whole
Shit.
person.
Yes,
Okay, so that would be a 20.
that hits.
And that would be... $15.
Okay, 15 just barely hits. Now, something cool is about to happen. Because he is frozen solid because of the effects of the spell, any melee hit that makes contact is automatically a crit. So, we're gonna say that their bite is a D10 plus 3. So basically, roll 4d10 times 2 that number, and then we will add 12 to that total. And this will represent the damage that your Crocs get for the critical hit.
Man, you summon your
How-
army of undead crocodiles and feast him like Captain Hook style.
That's some poetic
Fuck
shit.
yeah.
That'll be some poetic shit. That's how he dies. Undead creatures is beautiful.
Okay, what were we adding to it?
Plus 12 to the total number dice rolled that was already doubled, if that makes sense.
That's 30 damage
Total?
total.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, okay. So just for
Fuck yeah.
sake of cinema, can I have Jeffrey join in on this
You
one?
bet your fucking ass, dude. Why the fuck would I say no?
Okay. So you see Inglis standing there, and he just kind of like he makes a motion with his head, and Jeffrey runs and knocks Mesvik down, and you see as
He just falls
Each-
down.
each crocodile walks up
No.
and grabs a hold
No,
of a
No.
limb.
get away! Get away! And he shoots
One on one
away.
hand, one on
But-
the other.
As he shoots the other one away with his hand, that one gets caught with the one. Gah! The other one gets caught, and his hands are both. He looks up to you. This is not over, Endless. Don't you do this to me! Don't you do this to me! As both of his legs are grabbed individually by the crocodiles. What happens next?
You see Jeffrey walk up to Nesvik and grab him by the head. And Inglis walks up close, standing over Mesvik, and reaches into his shirt and pulls out a necklace. And you see this medallion hanging from it with our family crest on it. And as it spins around and gleams in the light, you can see my brother's name engraved on the other side. And I look at him dead in the eyes and say, "This is for him." And then I say, "Rip him," and you see all of them start to pull, and just one by one, his limbs start popping off,
Like
and his head
medieval torture
slaps.
style, he just
Yes.
gets pulled apart. As his limbs get pulled, he's literally bleeding out profusely. This is not how it was supposed to. Hermione, and he can't even finish saying the next phrase of words before his head that's taken off, clean off by one of your crocs, as they all just sort of like start individually feasting on his body.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Brutality.
That's
Wow,
well
dude.
done.
Wow, weird.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the mob's turn. Troxy, let's see how this goes, man. First attack. You see the rest of the mob now has caught up to you, and the last little bit is still a suitable size, maybe for someone not as big as you, but we'll see how this goes. Okay, natural 2, that misses. Next hit. That's a 14, which I believe hits.
That hits.
Okay. Here we go. "13 points of bludgeoning damage as the mob continues to tear and bite out flesh from the bottom of your tentacle form."
Just barely, not enough. Oh.
How
That
much
was
health-
actual. I had 13.
Oh, fuck!
Yeah.
You revert.
Right as you are seeing the end within sight, a huge chunk of your flesh has been taken out. More pain is taken than you're able to sustain when you sort of like come 10 feet up in the air and drop down and sort of like kind of like have to pick yourself up and wipe off the sweat that's just pouring off your forehead. As you look around, there's like maybe a 30-foot clearance, like radius around or diameter around you because of the thrashing you had as a tentacle. Next round, this mob is coming on you if you're not able to do anything.
Am I in? I'm in the hole too, right? Where the worm came out of.
Sure, we'll say there's a bit of a hole, but like it goes like maybe 4 feet into the ground.
Okay, cool.
Okay, moving on. Raiden, you're up. Zafra, you're on deck.
You missed Null.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did miss Null. I totally did. My bad.
You're fine.
I would please take Null's turn and then we'll jump to Raiden.
Okay. He'll just continue the. Did she fall down? Hold person? Any of that happen?
So Miss Tiff has been killed, who was under the
yeah.
effects of hold person.
That's not
Oh, Hermione? No, Hermione was not
Okay,
under the effects.
Alright. He'll just do long sword attacks. Nat 20.
Wow, we
Plus 6. Or no, plus 11, 31.
That hits. Oh yeah.
So that is 1d10 plus 8. There it is. Double the dice. So that is 17 plus 2, which is a 19. Then on top of that, I have, where's the feature? Savage attacks. When you score a critical hit, roll one of the weapon's dice an additional time and add it to the extra damage. So I just roll a d10 plus 8 again, or just a d10?
It's just a D10
Okay.
on top of the crit. It doesn't get doubled.
That's nice damage, 28 damage on that hit.
Half of 28 is 6. 14?
14.
Okay. That's her concentration check to maintain the spell. She maintains concentration on the spell,
Okay.
but takes the damage, and at this point, she's starting to look a little rough.
Why is she
Okay.
taking half damage? Again, I think I missed that.
No, she's not taking half damage. She's just, she's halving the basically, a concentration check is calculated by half of the
Oh,
damage
so
that you took.
she's had a successful save?
Yes, she's saved.
Okay.
Yes, Okay, next hit.
Yep, 16 plus 11, 28, or 27.
Yeah, that hits. Oh, yeah.
Okay. And this will be non-lethal.
Okay. She's not quite within lethal range, but I
Oh,
respect
okay.
you for making the distinction.
Yeah. Just didn't want to overdo it.
No, it's totally fine.
Alright, that is 14 more damage. So 7 per con.
Wow, everybody, it's getting toasty in here.
Oh, don't forget about the layer.
I will. I did forget, but I will
Oh,
now.
that's 16. That's 16 because of rage.
Okay. Oh, okay. It's getting really toasty in here, guys. We don't have a lot of time left, and I hope you guys can pull this shit off. As the layer action goes forward, I'm gonna say the floating machine now just comes down and is going to make 2 buzzsaw attacks against Endless and Raiden.
Okay.
Endless, that's a 20 to hit, not natural. And Raiden, that's a 11, which doesn't hit.
Yep.
But for the buzzsaw, Endless, you're going to go ahead and take...
If my armor class is at 20, does that still hit?
It just barely hits. If it meets or beats, that if it meets...
Meets it, beats it.
Meets it, beats it, yes.
Damn it.
I know, dude, that doesn't feel that great, I know. That's going to be 14 points of slashing damage as you just kind of through your leather. Most of your leather armor eats it up, but like you can feel your flesh kind of being torn off in a chaotic manner. It doesn't feel good. Okay, top of the round. Raiden took his turn. Zafriel. Or no,
I
Nal
did
just
not
took his
take my
turn.
turn.
Raiden, your turn. Then Zafriel.
Okay. just do booming blade again. Why not?
Yeah.
That is 26.
That hits. See that?
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. What was the damage on that?
Calculating it up because I'm adding in the hex as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 19 damage.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
And then homunculus bonus action.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Alright, so... That is a... Lord, I don't know why my math is so terrible. 12.
To hit?
Yeah.
As the bolt of little energy comes out of the pot, it isn't quite strong enough to actually hit her, and in fact, because of the lack of magical power behind it, it just kind of gets absorbed up into the spell that Hermione is casting.
Alright.
Zafriel, you're up. English, you're on deck.
How far away am I from Troxy?
Oh boy, you're like at least 3/4 of a mile away from Troxy.
Oh god.
When you were on top of the dome, I'll say that you were able to see out in the distance at that choke point, her as a giant tentacle just dealing literally with the giant mob.
Okay.
Right.
Is Professor Hermione considered undead?
No, she is definitely human.
Okay. Zafriel's gonna continue to toy with Hendrickson and fly full speed at Hermione.
Flight's over.
Oh, wait,
that's
no, no.
right.
No,
Yeah.
no, I allowed Flight to stay up.
Oh, you that's right. Duh.
He didn't though. He forgot. But I had to drop it to cast another spell.
Oh yeah, you cast Hold Person.
Okay,
Flight is
so-
no longer up. I'm sorry, I forgot.
As fly dissipates, Zafriel starts free falling from 50 feet up. And he's gonna try his best to land in a 3-point stance.
Roll for cool.
Superior landing.
like Iron Man.
That's so hard on the knees.
That's a 6.
6. You land at. I would have allowed lightning bolts to come up from the ground a little bit, but didn't quite get there. However, you do sink in the earth a little couple inches, like you made impact.
And that's 5d6?
Yes, but I'll allow you to take half of that because of rolling for cool.
Okay, cool.
So you're gonna take. Oh boy, Jesus Christ. Jesus! 35 halved. So that's 17.
Were those all 6s?
Okay. Zafriel's going to use all 50 of his movement to get up to Hermione, use the boots of leaping and striding, and take 2 lethal swings.
Go ahead and make your 2 attacks, please. If you can deal more than 40 damage this turn, you got it.
It's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First one is a 20, not natural.
That hits. She's going to use her reaction to cast Shield a second time. Her AC is now 21. That misses.
Do I have to call reckless before the attack?
Yes.
I'm going to make the second attack reckless.
Okay. AC is 21 now because of Shield.
Well, that's a natural 20.
Please roll for damage. Oh! Wait a second! Natural 20?
Huh?
Y'all, he just took a level in Paladin.
I don't have smite yet at level 1.
Oh, fuck me in the ass.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's like 2, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2.
Wow.
Damn.
Okay, well, this is still going to be 3d6 doubled.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay. Okay, that's 9. Okay, and I can re-roll those because of my fighting style. Okay. That is... Hold on, sorry. "16 plus 16 plus 8.
That's 34 plus 8 is 72? 72, I mean 42?
Yep.
How do you want to do this?
Wait, that's 16 plus 16, that's 32, it's 40 exactly.
Oh. Man! Please describe this hit. It doesn't kill her, but it gets really close.
You see Zafriel go into a free fall as Hendrickson goes for a swipe. It uses the free fall to just barely duck out of the blow.
Fuck yeah.
Landing in a 3-point stance, clumsily, like really hurting his knees. Sprints up, goes in for one desperate slash on Hermione as she blocks it off, but using the extra momentum to spin and slash her right across the chest.
Wowee. And you watch as she... Gah! It's the first time she's reacted to pain from being attacked, concentrating on the spell. Her DC is 20 to maintain concentration. Here we go, everybody. 16 plus 7. That's a 24. 23
Damn.
rather.
That's
He's
all I
tenacious.
can do. I don't have any bonus actions I can do.
You watch as she literally is bleeding out now. She's literally dying in front of you, able to maintain the concentration still that she needs to on the spell. Endless, you're up. Hendrickson's on deck.
Okay, where am I right now?
Okay, so you're currently surrounded by allies. It's just Hermione, who's floating 5 feet in the air, who's roughly within your melee range, if not just outside of it. And you're also accompanied with now Zafriel, Raiden, Null, and Fia is now 40 feet behind you on top of the tavern building.
Jeffrey and 4 zombie crocodiles.
Yes, that too.
I am going to cast flame arrows.
Okay.
And I'm going to, as I pull a bow from my quiver, and you see it sparkle with flame, and Anglus draws his bow as he whispers in Elvish to the arrow, which translates to "Saffron, guide my hand." He releases the bow.
He says in Elvish, "Saffron, guide my hand."
Right.
Her AC is 21, by the way.
Do I still get advantage from Hunter's Mark?
You don't get advantage from Hunter's Mark. You were getting advantage because you're flanking, but you don't get
Right.
a flanking bonus on a ranged attack.
Right, okay. So that would have been a 16.
You could tie AC with a fate point.
Do you want this to be non-lethal?
He rolled a 16.
16?
Yeah, it was a 16.
Right as you
But-
shoot... Oh, please.
I was just going to say, but I've got 2 more attacks I can do.
Well, technically, you use your action... Wait, it's a bonus action to cast Flaming Arrow, right?
No. Yes? No.
Oh,
No, you're right. It is an action, so I've got 1 more attack because of haste.
Yes, dude, I keep forgetting you're fucking hasted. God damn it. But please, make your attack.
Come on, please, 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 please. Ah. No, that's not going to hit either.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Endless.
all I can do.
Just like in a dream, when you're trying to run away from the danger that chases you, and like no matter how hard you try, you can't run fast enough. That struggle is what you feel as you're just literally using all of the humanity you can to go into the strike, and nothing is landing enough of a critical blow to end all of this. As you end your turn, Hendrickson comes in. And that's enough! No more of this! And he comes right and uses his movement to get to you, Endless, and is going to go ahead and make 2 attacks with his sword on you. That's a miss, god damn it. 19.
My AC is 20 right now.
So,
Ace coming in clutch.
you see fucking Hendrickson fly into you, and as he's striking you, you can, no insight check needed, you see the amount of remorse and regret on his face. Like, maybe he's chosen the wrong side, but he feels so committed because of just the way he looks right now, which, mind you, he's stark white. Just like the enemy you fought the other night, except it's his own visage. It's still the Hendrickson you can see clearly on his face. But, because you're hasted, you literally are faster than everyone moving around you. So much faster that they almost move slower. You can react faster. And you sort of look at Hendrickson as like a sad little brother, lost and confused, who's totally lost his way. And now when he stands in front of the people he loves most, he still chooses to double down. And you empathize with him in this moment as you're like swiftly and nimbling dodging his blade with extreme amount of speed. Troxy, you're up. Null's on deck.
Roxy just, she's just like, has her knee on the ground, one foot there crouched, she's breathing hard. She just goes, "We're not done. I'm not done. I hold the line. I hold the line for them." And she just thinks of every single person in the Standing Bear that gave her hope, that made her feel part of it, that made her feel like she belonged somewhere. And she just stands up and she's like,
Can you get closer to your
Yeah.
mic? Sorry, you're cutting out.
We didn't hear that last sentence. What did you say?
oh, okay, she heard anything else, right? Yeah.
We can hear.
But she stands up and she just, thinks about everybody and sticks there, beautiful special, beautiful love, so many times. And she is moving the line that she's not gonna give up and not gonna break the line. As she rages, as she flexes, and all the muscles pop out, her eyes go white as she just jumps from her spot in which she wants her to jump into the crowd.
How many spell slots do you have?
I have one level 3 spell.
Are you willing to spend that in this moment for me to add a little something to this?
Sure thing.
Alright, give me 1 second. You jump up. You've never stood for something so confidently, literally in your whole life. Mama Bear sent you out for this exact reason. This is why you're doing what you're doing. And as you feel like I'm giving myself goosebumps, you feel this surge of like knowing what you're in Indian culture. There's this thing called your dharma, and it's almost like your purpose in life. Like you can be a successful salesman, but your purpose is a miniature horse painter. You know what I mean? Your dharma, it's your thing that you were here to do. And in this moment, you have a sudden realization that you're here to protect. But you're not just here to protect your friends. And you're not just here to protect the ones you love. You are sent a flash of light at the beginning of time. And you watch as a beautifully perfect hand, a form so beautiful that human eyes don't have the capability of really perceiving what they're looking at. A divine hand from Melora herself plants a small seed into the material plane and the creation of all things. This tree grew and grew and grew until eventually its size amassed into a different form. The tree had grown so large, it had amassed so much of the natural energy of the prime material plane, it manifested a spirit to protect it. And this spirit for generations will go on protecting the realm from natural disasters to ranging from extraterrestrial threats. And it's all in an instant, Avatar The Last Airbender style, hundreds of past lives that you have lived protecting this realm, and you realize in this moment, Mama Bear is not Mama Bear. Mama Bear is you. You have been teaching yourself this whole time how to grow and become a better person so that you can protect the world that you love.
Holy shit!
And you realize this, and as this happens, your claws grow an extra length just from your hands alone, sprout claws as you jump into the fray and start tearing shit up in a vigorous way you've never managed to do literally before now. And it's not until now you realize why you're here, Troxy. You're not here because of the standing bear. You're here because you are meant to protect the world.
Man.
So I'd like to
I'd like to
present.
give the DM an inspiration.
Yeah, like literally, can we vote you for an Oscar or something?
With that being said, it all starts coming full circle, and the more you realize, the more you know. The more you know you've already done this thousands of times before. And you almost kind of take a back seat to whatever is happening right now. Whatever this state is that you're in, it's addictive. And it's something you've always known was inside you this whole time. But with that being said, Null, you're up. What would you like to do?
Oh, he's ready to finish this shit. He's tired of all this crazy ass disease-ridden world bullshit he's been dealing with since he left his broken home. He's ready to bury this bitch 6 feet under and just move on. He's gonna roll recklessly.
Please. In this moment,
Get her, Raiden.
actually, please tell me if you hit.
Well, baby, that's why you roll recklessly. That's a nat 20, man.
Dude, I was just about to say, that's crazy that you rolled a nat 20, because what I was just about to say is just perfect. Describe your hit, and then I'll add the cherry on top.
Like the finishing blow?
Yeah, how do you want to do this?
Can I use one of?
She has 7 hit points. She's not living.
Yeah. Can I use a fate point to have Raiden join in?
Or friendship.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so whether he got it from the Rubble Dragon, an abomination, or what, Raiden just flicks out a black rod towards Null, and it's like electrically charged as Null just with a batter swing with the longsword smacks it right at the back of her head, popping off the back of her head to knock her out. It just shatters.
Wait, so the rod is thrown and
Is this the same?
Null uses the side of his sword as a hammer to like.
Yeah, like a baseball bat. He smacks the black rod into the back of her head, just punk, knocking her out. Black rod shatters with an electrical charge.
Is this a fate? I mean, to be honest, I don't see how this couldn't be a fatal blow. Are you trying not to kill her?
Yeah, non-lethal, of course.
Okay, sure.
Might be
Just like
giveaway.
a blunt, just taking like a blunt object to the back of her head.
Yeah, but dude, Null's the size of a planet.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
yeah,
so
yeah.
small.
I mean, like he's not going full ham, like
Okay,
rage
okay,
mode,
that's
full
fine.
muscle on it.
That's
He's just like smacking a baseball.
I feel like she'd be like that pigeon that the baseball player accidentally hit. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
Where he hits the
Yeah,
ball and
sure,
actually hits
sure.
the puck and just explodes of feathers? That's what I would picture.
He
You
still
watch-
understands the task at hand.
You watch as Raiden fastball specials the rod across to you as you take your sword that was beautifully crafted, and with the blunt edge, you're able to thunk. And as it just suddenly the trajectory of the rod that was sent in the air changes so quickly, it almost looks like it's reached terminal velocity as it thunk, and you watch immediately as she goes and you watch her tongue go limp, and the spell she's casting immediately stops. She still kind of floats in the air with this necrotic energy. What have you done? And you watch as like blood pours from one of her eye sockets, and she just immediately loses consciousness and falls limp on the floor.
Okay, with his next action, can he tie her up?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay, he'll do that with chains.
As you are tying her up, before everyone even has a chance to celebrate, you see the unfinished spell of souls, this orb, if you will, at least 10 feet in diameter at this point, floats just 10 feet above the ground. And it still undulates. And now that the intensity of battle has ended immediately, you all hear the sounds of screaming people begging for any amount of help that could be listed to them, screaming at the tops of their lungs, and it all is coming through a filter of static. It sounds like a bad phone line on the other end. And you see as this ball just sits here, as you guys are trying to wonder now, what can you do about this?
I want to cast Dispel Magic on the ball.
You can certainly try.
That was cool. With that echo, you can certainly try. That was cool.
Please roll a spellcasting check. This is
Can I walk up to Fia as she's doing this? And put my hand on her hand as she's putting the spell out into existence. Fia, you can do this.
I'm casting
I
it.
believe in you.
I'll say this now. No matter what level you cast a spell at, I'm still going to have you roll a spellcasting check to see if you have the arcane ability to shut this down, because it's a higher level spell than 5th level.
So it doesn't matter what level I cast it at then?
Correct.
Okay, well, I'll just cast it at the original level. I don't know which one that
I think
is.
it's 4.
I'm guessing the increased level would just decrease the DC, right?
Not necessarily. It doesn't quite work like that.
Fair enough.
It's a 3rd level spell.
Okay. So please roll a spell. That's going to be a d20 plus your charisma modifier. And the DC is 20.
Plus proficiency.
No.
Not
Just
proficiency?
spellcasting modifier.
I rolled a 20.
No fucking shit.
Noise.
Yeah, 15 plus 5.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
I don't even know what to say. Okay, so... Okay, yeah. So the spell itself wasn't even finished itself. It was already incomplete. If anything, 2/3 done. As Zafriel puts his hand on your shoulder and lets you know that he believes that you can do this, you reach out and start to concentrate attention inside your brain, and you immediately connect with an arcane link between you and this ball of arcane souls. And you can sense something in there. You can feel where you can break it. As you go to... you watch as maybe 60% of the total size of the orb just gets fractured and shot up like in a chaotic like thick liquid sort of fluid-like motion. And as that happens, that chunk that breaks off, you just hear the sounds of wailing screams and breaths being taken as whatever amount of souls you were able to free just now has been let back into its natural existence, moving on from this plane. As you see this, like, little, like, half of an eggshell shape that sort of is that now manifesting itself in front of you, it's sort of now trying to maintain the orb shape, but it can't, and it becomes unstable. And with that unstableness, it sort of like starts to undulate and there's like large spikes of this soul-like energy that's sprouting out from side to side, and it all starts to sort of condense down unnaturally until it gets to down the size about of a penny and starts to sort of spin and rotate. And as that happens, you watch as like a small amount of, it's not to be graphic, but you literally start to see cellular life start to be formed, as if like a embryo was fertilized in front of your eyes, and like as if that weird X-ray museum that you can see, that sort of idea, and it's all encased now in this sort of like basketball sized like soul. It's the same color as that soul energy from before, but now is containing this sort of like embryonic like thing, and it sort of like grows and grows and grows and develops. It gets to the size of what would be like a 9 or 10 month old baby in the oven before it kind of stops and it like twitches and it starts to like kind of crack and move about in an unnatural way. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Oh, you mother.
Damn.
Oh,
Sleeping.
Jeez.
Dude, so I gotta ask. So Trothi was created by what god?
Melora, the god of nature.
So she's like a guardian spirit.
Yes. That's
something
exactly
I like
that's
to-
exactly what that is.
Have you
Yeah.
ever watched the 100?
No.
It's
Yeah.
kind of that concept too, like the Avatar and 100 mixed.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Another way, one thing, I'm so tired. I don't think I could stick around too long to talk. But one thing I wanted to point out is like that's why when you first casted plant growth, I described it in a way that it felt like this is familiar and like you've done this before, but it's the first time, and that's why, because you have for thousands of years you have been.
That was probably like one of the coolest character backstory reveals ever for me.
Dude, that was a shock. I was like, what?
And like, dude, Troxy is a fucking beast. She has killed what, like thousands at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's just like, I will hold this motherfucking lie.
But guys, I seriously gotta say, I know we played super, super late tonight, but like, it was totally worth it for me because this is something
Fuck
I've been
yeah.
totally planning in my head for so long, and it finally happened. It didn't quite go down the way I thought it would, but you guys did it. I didn't think you were gonna do it, but you did it. I thought you guys weren't gonna interrupt the spell in enough time, but you fucking did it. That would have been so bad.
We took a total of like 3 disintegration rays. We had
yeah.
like 4 one-on-one battles.
Yeah,
Right?
I really thought I was gonna die.
What happened to Hendrickson?
He's
He's still up and fighting.
We're
Oh,
gonna,
okay.
We'll come back to that next time.
I've broken all of his armor, and he's sitting at like a 3rd HP. He was
Damn,
barely able to
dude.
scratch
This was
me.
a crazy session. There's just multiple fights happening in different directions.
And then the
Yeah.
fucking bad guy reveal from Endless's backstory, y'all.
Yeah, dude.
that was amazing.
Was that kind of like hinted at? Because Nall saw that goatee picture at the church, and then the goatee guy in the slime. Was that like the same dude? Hinted the whole time?
No, they both just
Oh.
happen to have goatees.
Evil man vibe.
Right.
I'm super happy I got to kill him. That was awesome. That was,
Right?
and that went exactly how I wanted it to go too.
Fuck
I-
yeah.
The entire time that it wasn't my turn, I was sitting here reading through all of my spells and what they do.
And like, let's like not forget that like Fia literally made our like first like anime fight
Yes.
with Zafiro and Harrison. Like that fight would not have happened the way it did
If it not
without
that,
like
yes.
Fia. That was some anime god level shit. Thanks to
That
her.
was fucking. There was this crazy shit from every member. Like, holy hell.
That's what I wanted to do. I really wanted to like highlight everyone on the team. I didn't know, to be honest, I didn't anticipate Troxy doing what she did, but
Yeah.
my plan was to like have the party split up, all dealing with every bad guy, all like individually, and just to kind of make it feel like this big outspread sort of battle. That's like, I don't know. Yeah.
But Troxy was like, I got it, guys. Don't worry.
And to top it all off, the whole fellowship was here to fucking do it. So it's like the Avengers assembled, and not only that, poetically, Nall got the last fucking hit. So that's just, it's just awesome.
Dude, I had that finishing blow planned since like he had the black rods in him, and I was like, fuck it. I don't know if I'll ever do this again. I gotta do it.
Dude,
Worth it.
man, we're gonna have to talk about this at another time because there's so much tonight that happened that like, I think tonight has been my favorite session in a long time.
Dude, it's left me with more questions than I started with. Like, why does she keep saying, "Did you forget who your creator is?" or something like that?
Exactly.
I was like, wait, what?
No, she said partner.
Yeah.
She said partner.
Partner.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
strange to me.
she called me her partner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Odd. I don't know what to think. Interesting.
Yeah, dude, we had a fucking shit ton of backstory drop tonight. We had like the tension between Zafriel and Hendrickson has never been as much as it was tonight, and I can't wait to see how that resolves next time. Fucking Troxy doing her shit. Fucking dude, it was just fucking fantastic. Everything was great. Everyone did exactly. Everyone like Fia coming in with the fucking dude, because like if Fia didn't heal Endless, he also would have been down making death saves. Because like, so everyone did exactly what they needed to do for.
Fia was definitely the clutch in this.
Oh,
yeah.
That's-
Yeah,
Fly,
literally.
heal, dispel
She saved-
magic.
She saved several people's asses this session.
Yeah.
And you were
Yes.
constricted the whole time because you were allowing Zafriel to take Hendrickson away from the fight. Man,
MVP.
That worked out well.
Just taking it for the
I'm
team.
definitely giving MVP to Fia tonight.
Hell yeah.
Well, everybody, I love you all. Tonight was awesome, and
Love you guys too.
I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
See you guys.
Bye.
Night, guys.
Holy cow, dude.